I am 32 years old now, and I have spent most of my adult life working as a freelance architectural photographer. My job usually involves traveling to remote locations to capture the aesthetic of abandoned structures or high-end properties before they go on the market. I am used to isolation. I am used to the creaks of old wood and the way shadows stretch across empty hallways when the sun begins to set. I consider myself a rational person. I do not believe in ghosts, and I certainly do not scare easily. However, what happened to me 3 years ago in a small town in northern Maine changed the way I look at every door I pass. It changed the way I sleep. Most of all, it taught me that there are things in this world that do not care about locks or deadbolts. It was late October, and the air had that sharp, biting quality that tells you winter is not far behind. I had been hired to photograph a private estate that sat on 40 acres of dense pine forest. The house was a massive Victorian structure that had been meticulously restored by a wealthy owner who lived in Europe. He wanted a full portfolio of the interior and exterior to show to potential buyers. Because the property was so far from the nearest hotel, the owner gave me permission to stay in the guest suite on the second floor for the duration of the 3-day shoot. I arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, just as the light was beginning to fade into a dull gray. The house was beautiful but imposing. It stood at the end of a long gravel driveway that wound through trees so thick they seemed to swallow the sound of my tires. When I stepped out of my truck, the silence was absolute. There were no birds chirping and no wind rustling the needles of the pines. It was just me and the house. I used the key code provided by the property manager to enter through the heavy oak front door. The interior smelled of lemon oil and old paper. Everything was pristine. The furniture was covered in white sheets, and the air felt heavy as if it had not been breathed in a long time. I spent the first hour lugging my camera gear and tripod up to the guest suite. The guest suite was a large room with high ceilings and a massive 4-poster bed. It had its own bathroom and a small sitting area with a fireplace. The most important feature to me at the time was the door. It was a solid mahogany door with a heavy brass handle and a manual deadbolt. I have a habit when I travel alone of always locking my door from the inside. It is a simple safety precaution that helps me sleep better in unfamiliar places. After I finished setting up my gear, I went back downstairs to fix a quick dinner of sandwiches I had brought with me. By 8 o'clock that evening, the sun was completely gone. The darkness outside was the kind of deep ink black that you only find in the middle of the woods. I walked around the first floor, turning on a few lamps to make the space feel less cavernous. As I was walking through the dining room, I heard a soft thud. It sounded like it came from the floor above me. I froze and listened. I told myself it was just the house settling or perhaps a branch hitting the roof. Old houses make noise when the temperature drops at night. I finished my meal and headed back upstairs for the night. When I entered the guest suite, I closed the door and turned the deadbolt. I heard the distinct metallic click of the bolt sliding into the frame. I even gave the handle a firm tug to ensure it was secure. It did not budge. I felt safe. I spent an hour reviewing the test shots I had taken during the afternoon on my laptop. The house looked stunning in the photos, but there was something about the way the shadows fell in the corners of the rooms that made me feel uneasy. I brushed it off as fatigue from the long drive. I turned off the lamps and climbed into bed. I woke up at exactly 2:15 in the morning. I did not wake up because of a loud noise or a nightmare. I woke up because I felt a sudden shift in the air pressure of the room. It was like a subtle pull, as if a window had been opened somewhere nearby. I stayed perfectly still under the covers, my heart beginning to throb in my ears. The room was mostly dark except for the faint, silvery glow of the moon filtering through the heavy curtains. My eyes adjusted, and I looked toward the door. The door was open. It was not just cracked open. It was swung wide at a 45-degree angle, staring out into the pitch-black hallway of the second floor. I felt a cold jolt of adrenaline shoot through my limbs. I knew for a fact that I had locked that door. I remembered the sound of the click and the feel of the resistance when I pulled the handle. There was no one else in this house. The owner was thousands of miles away, and the property manager lived in the next town over. I reached for my flashlight on the nightstand and clicked it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness and landed on the door frame. The deadbolt was still extended. That was the detail that made my skin crawl. The brass bolt was sticking out of the side of the door in the locked position. For the door to be open while the bolt was extended, the wood of the frame should have been splintered or shattered. I stood up and walked slowly toward the door, my legs feeling like lead. I knelt down to examine the door frame. It was perfectly intact. There were no scratch marks and no broken wood. It was as if the door had simply passed through the solid frame without any resistance. I looked out into the hallway. It was empty and silent. I pushed the door shut again. This time I had to retract the bolt with the thumb turned to get it to close properly because the bolt was hitting the strike plate. I locked it again and stood there for a long time with my forehead pressed against the cold wood. I was trying to find a logical explanation. Perhaps I had hallucinated locking it. Perhaps the house was tilted at an extreme angle and the latch was faulty. But none of those explanations accounted for the extended bolt. I went back to bed, but I did not turn off the flashlight. I sat propped up against the headboard watching the door. An hour passed. The silence of the house began to feel heavy, like a physical weight pressing against my chest. I started to notice small things I had ignored before. The air in the room had become significantly colder, even though the heat was supposed to be set to 68 degrees. I could see my breath misting in the beam of my flashlight. Then I heard it. It was the sound of a bare foot stepping on a floorboard directly outside my door. It was a slow, deliberate weight being placed on the wood, then another step, then silence. I gripped the flashlight so hard my knuckles turned white. I wanted to call out and ask who was there, but my throat felt like it was filled with dry sand. I watched the handle of the door. Very slowly, the brass handle began to turn. It moved with a smooth, mechanical precision. It turned all the way to the right and then stopped when it hit the resistance of the locked deadbolt. I heard a soft, muffled sound from the other side. It sounded like a sharp intake of breath or a sigh. Then the handle snapped back to its original position. I waited for the footsteps to retreat, but they did not. I felt a presence on the other side of that door that was so thick it felt like I was being watched through the wood. I realized then that my sense of security was an illusion. The lock was just a piece of metal. It did not matter. I watched as the deadbolt thumb turn on my side of the door began to rotate. It did not move because someone was using a key from the outside. It moved as if invisible fingers were gripping it from inside my room. I watched in absolute horror as the metal lever turned slowly, and the bolt slid back into the door with a loud metallic clack. The door began to creak open once more. It moved inch by inch, revealing the darkness of the hallway. I swung my flashlight toward the opening, expecting to see a person or an intruder. The beam of light hit the empty space where a person should have been standing. There was nothing there. The hallway was vacant. But as the door swung fully open, I saw something that made me drop the flashlight. On the polished hardwood floor of the hallway directly in front of my door, there was a single wet footprint. It was the shape of a human foot, but the toes were unnaturally long, and the arch was far too high. The water was dark and thick, like it had come from a stagnant pond. I scrambled back toward the window looking for any way out. The guest suite was on the second floor, and the drop to the ground was at least 20 feet onto a stone patio. I looked back at the door and saw a second wet footprint appear on the floor inside my room. There was no foot attached to it. The wet mark simply materialized on the wood as if an invisible weight had just stepped down. Then a third one appeared 2 feet closer to my bed. The air in the room now smelled like rotting vegetation and old copper. I did not think. I did not grab my camera or my wallet. I lunged for the window and fumbled with the latch. It was stuck frozen by years of paint or perhaps something else. I hammered on the glass with my fist as I heard the wet slapping sound of another step on the floorboards behind me. The sound was closer now, right at the edge of the rug. I turned around and saw the indentation of a heavy weight pressing down on the mattress of the bed I had just vacated. The blankets wrinkled and dipped as if someone was sitting down. I finally managed to shove the window upward. I did not care about the height. I climbed onto the sill and looked back one last time. The flashlight was still on the floor pointing toward the bed. In the beam of light, I saw the white sheets being pulled back by unseen hands. I jumped. The fall felt like it lasted forever until I hit the bushes near the stone patio. The branches scratched my face and arms, but I did not feel the pain. I scrambled to my feet and ran for my truck. I did not look back at the house until I was behind the wheel with the engine roaring to life. As I backed down the long gravel driveway, my headlights swept across the second-floor window of the guest suite. Standing there framed by the curtains was a tall, thin shape. It was not a person. It was too pale, and its limbs were far too long to be human. It was pressing its face against the glass, watching me leave. I drove for 3 hours without stopping until I reached a crowded gas station in a larger town. I sat there under the bright fluorescent lights until the sun came up. I never went back for my equipment. I called the property manager the next morning and told him there had been a plumbing emergency and I had to leave. I told him to keep my deposit and use it to ship my gear to my home address. When the boxes arrived a week later, I opened them with trembling hands. My camera was there and my tripod was there. But when I opened my laptop and looked at the memory card from that night, I found a single file that I had not recorded. It was a 10-second video clip. It showed me sleeping in the bed from the perspective of the ceiling. In the video, the door is seen slowly opening while the deadbolt is still locked. A dark shadow that looks like a hand reaches into the frame and rests on my forehead for a few seconds before the clip cuts to black. I deleted the file and sold the camera the same day. I still lock my doors every night, but I know now that a lock is only a suggestion to the things that live in the dark. After the events in Maine, I took a 6-month hiatus from architectural photography. I stayed in a small apartment in the city where the constant hum of traffic and the glow of streetlights offered a thin veil of comfort. I kept the lights on until dawn. I checked the locks on my front door every hour until my fingers were raw from turning the metal. I told myself that the tall, thin shape and the wet footprints were the result of a sleep-deprived mind reacting to the isolation of the woods. I tried to convince myself that the video file was a digital glitch or a cruel prank played by someone who had gained access to the house. But deep down, I knew the truth. I knew that the world was not as solid as I had once believed. By the following spring, my savings were beginning to dwindle. The bills for my apartment and the storage unit where I kept my remaining gear were piling up. I could no longer afford to be afraid. When an old contact from an international real estate firm reached out with a high-paying assignment, I found myself saying yes before I could talk myself out of it. The job was different this time. It was not a remote estate or an abandoned mansion. It was a luxury penthouse in a modern high-rise building in downtown Chicago. The owner was a reclusive tech mogul who had recently passed away, and the estate lawyers needed high-quality images of the interior to facilitate a quick sale. There were no woods. There were no old floorboards. There were no centuries of history soaking into the walls. It was all glass and steel and concrete. I arrived at the building on a Tuesday afternoon. The lobby was a cathedral of polished marble and brushed chrome. A security guard checked my identification and handed me a key card that granted me access to the private elevator. As the elevator ascended to the 64th floor, I felt a sense of relief. I was in the heart of a major city surrounded by millions of people. The walls of this building were thick, and the security systems were state-of-the-art. There was no way for anything to go bump in the night here without a dozen cameras capturing it. I stepped out of the elevator directly into the penthouse foyer, and the sheer scale of the place took my breath away. The penthouse was a sprawling open-concept space with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of Lake Michigan and the city skyline. The furniture was minimalist and expensive. Every surface was clean, and the air was filtered and cool. I spent the afternoon scouting the locations for my shots. I noted the way the afternoon sun hit the kitchen island and how the shadows moved across the master bedroom suite. I felt a professional spark return to me. The geometry of the space was perfect. I planned to stay for 2 nights to capture the transition from day to night and the early morning light over the water. The building manager had arranged for me to use the guest bedroom, which was located on the opposite side of the penthouse from the master suite. It was a sleek room with a platform bed and a wall of glass that overlooked the city. There was no mahogany door or brass handle here. The door was a heavy slab of frosted glass that slid into a pocket in the wall. It locked with a digital keypad. I entered a code of my own choosing and heard the electronic mechanism engage. I felt a familiar sense of security, but this time it felt more justified. This was technology. This was the modern world. As evening approached, I set up my tripod in the main living area to capture the city lights. The view was hypnotic. Thousands of tiny white and yellow lights twinkled below like a carpet of diamonds. I could see the tiny red lights of airplanes moving across the horizon. I felt small, but in a way that was comforting. I was just one person among millions. I finished my work for the evening around 10 o'clock and went to the kitchen to make some tea. The silence of the penthouse was not the heavy silence of the Maine woods. It was a quiet hum of electricity and the distant muffled roar of the city below. I was sitting at the marble counter when I heard a sound. It was faint but distinct. It was the sound of a chime. It was the specific tone the elevator made when it reached the penthouse floor. I looked toward the foyer. The elevator doors were closed. I checked my watch. It was 10:30 at night. No one should have been coming up to this floor. The security guard downstairs had told me that the floor was restricted and that I was the only person with an active key card for the night. I stood up and walked toward the foyer. The digital display above the elevator showed the number 64. It had not moved. I told myself it was probably a phantom sound or perhaps a chime from a nearby unit that had carried through the ventilation. I went back to my tea, but the feeling of ease had vanished. I decided to head to the guest room and lock myself in for the night. I walked down the long hallway, passing the darkened study and the laundry room. When I reached the guest room, I slid the frosted glass door shut and entered my code. The red light on the keypad turned green, and I heard the lock click into place. I lay down on the bed and stared out at the city. I did not sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the wet footprints on the floor of the main house. I saw the tall, thin shape in the window. I kept my eyes fixed on the glass door of my room. The hallway outside was lit by low-profile floor lights that cast a soft blue glow. I could see the silhouette of the hallway through the frosted glass. For hours, nothing moved. I began to relax. I told myself that I was safe. I told myself that the past was the past. At exactly 3 o'clock in the morning, the lights in the hallway flickered. I watched as the blue glow dimmed and then brightened again. Then it happened. A shadow appeared on the other side of the frosted glass door. It was the shape of a person standing perfectly still. My heart hammered against my ribs. I did not move. I did not breathe. I waited for a knock or a voice. I waited for the person to walk away, but the shadow remained. It was tall and thin, and it seemed to be leaning toward the glass as if trying to see inside. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but my hand stopped mid-air. The keypad on my door began to beep. It was the sound of someone entering a code. I watched the numbers light up in the dark. 1, 2, 3, 4. The red light turned green. The lock clicked. The frosted glass door began to slide open. It moved with a slow, agonizing smoothness. I scrambled to the far side of the bed, pressing my back against the window. The cold glass felt like ice against my skin. The door opened fully, but there was no one in the hallway. The blue floor lights illuminated the empty space. I stared at the doorway, expecting an intruder to step out of the shadows. Nothing happened. Then I looked down at the floor. On the gray carpet of the guest room, a dark stain began to spread. It was a wet footprint. It was the same shape I had seen before. Long toes, high arch. The water was dark and smelled of stagnant ponds and rotting weeds. Another footprint appeared, and then another. They were moving toward the bed. I looked up at the ceiling and saw a drop of dark water fall from the smooth white surface. It landed on my hand. It was cold and thick like oil. I looked up and saw a hand emerging from the ceiling. It was not a human hand. The skin was the color of a drowned corpse, and the fingers were twice as long as they should have been. It reached down toward me, its movements jerky and unnatural. I did not scream. I could not. My lungs felt like they had been filled with lead. I lunged for the door, sliding past the invisible presence that was standing by the bed. I felt a cold wind brush against my shoulder as I ran. I did not look back. I sprinted down the long hallway toward the elevator. I hammered the call button, but the doors did not open. The display above the elevator was blank. I turned around and saw the footprints following me down the hall. They were appearing faster now, a rhythmic slapping sound echoing off the marble walls. Slap. I pushed the heavy metal door open and found myself in the concrete stairwell. The air was hot and smelled of dust. I began to run down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. My footsteps sounded like thunder in the narrow space. I ran past the 60th floor, the 50th floor, the 40th floor. My legs were burning and my breath came in ragged gasps. I looked up the center of the stairwell and saw a shape descending. It was not using the stairs. It was crawling down the concrete walls like an insect, its long limbs splayed out. I pushed myself harder. I did not think about the 64 flights of stairs. I only thought about the lobby and the security guard and the light of the street. I reached the 20th floor and my knees buckled. I fell against the concrete wall and looked up. The shape was only 2 floors above me now. It stopped and looked down. It had no eyes. Its face was a smooth, pale surface with a single vertical slit where a mouth should be. It tilted its head to the side, and a soft clicking sound came from the slit. I forced myself up and continued the descent. I reached the ground floor and threw myself against the exit door. It was locked. I pulled on the handle with all my strength, but it would not budge. I looked at the small glass window in the door and saw the lobby on the other side. The security guard was sitting at his desk with his back to me. He was wearing headphones and looking at a monitor. I hammered on the glass and screamed for help, but he did not turn around. It was as if I did not exist. I heard the clicking sound behind me. The shape was at the bottom of the stairs. It was standing at the edge of the landing, its long arms hanging down to its knees. It began to move toward me, its movements fluid and silent. I backed away from the door and into the corner of the stairwell. I reached into my pocket and found my heavy brass key ring. I gripped it like a weapon, though I knew it would be useless. The shape reached out a hand and touched the metal door. The lock turned on its own. The door swung open and the shape stepped into the lobby. I followed it, my heart racing. I expected the security guard to jump up and reach for his radio. I expected the alarms to go off, but the guard did not move. The shape walked right past him, its long fingers brushing against the back of his chair. The guard did not even flinch. I ran past the desk and out the front doors of the building. I did not stop until I was in the middle of the street, surrounded by the headlights of passing cars. I stood there shivering and gasping for air. People walked past me, giving me strange looks. To them, I was just another frantic person in the city. I looked back at the glass tower. The shape was standing inside the lobby glass watching me. It raised a hand and pressed it against the window. The guard was still sitting at his desk, oblivious to the thing standing 3 feet away from him. I walked to a 24-hour diner and sat in a booth until the sun came up. I did not go back for my gear. I did not call the building manager. I took the first train out of the city and went to stay with my sister in a small town in Ohio. I told her I had a breakdown from overwork. She believed me because she wanted to. I stayed in her guest room for a month, but I never closed the door. I never locked it. I realized that locks do not keep things out. They only trap you inside with them. I am 40 years old now. I no longer work as a photographer. I work in a library where the light is bright and the rules are simple. I live in a house with no interior doors. I removed them all the week I moved in. My friends think it is an eccentric design choice. My sister thinks it is a lingering symptom of my breakdown. They do not understand that I need to be able to see into every corner of my home at all times. I need to know that there is nothing standing on the other side of a piece of wood or glass. Sometimes late at night I hear a soft chime. It sounds like an elevator reaching its floor. Sometimes I find a wet spot on the floorboards that smells of old water and rotting leaves. I do not investigate. I do not look for explanations. I simply turn on every light in the house and wait for the sun. I have learned to live with the fear. It is a part of me now, like a second shadow. I know that the world is full of doors and that most people think they are safe as long as they are closed. But I know better. I know that there are things that do not need a key. I know that there are things that can walk through the solid parts of the world as if they were nothing more than smoke. And I know that one day, no matter how many lights I turn on, the door will open and I will not be able to run anymore. The library where I work is a temple of silence and dust. It is a massive stone building located in the center of the town, and it has high vaulted ceilings that trap the sound of every footstep. I spend my days cataloging old manuscripts and organizing the local history section. It is a quiet life, and I find a strange comfort in the rows of books. They are solid and tangible. They represent a world where logic and order still exist. I choose to work the late shift because the evening staff is small and the patrons are few. I enjoy the way the yellow light of the reading lamps cuts through the gloom of the stacks. It is a controlled environment. I know where every exit is located. I know the rhythm of the heating pipes and the way the old windows rattle when the wind picks up. It had been 3 years since the night in Chicago. I had successfully rebuilt a life of predictable routines. I lived in a small cottage on the edge of town that I had stripped of all its internal barriers. There were no closet doors and no bathroom door. Even the cabinets in the kitchen were open to the air. My bedroom was a simple space with a bed position so that I could see the front door and the back door at the same time. I had installed motion sensor lights in the yard that turned the night into day if so much as a stray cat crossed the grass. I felt as safe as a man in my position could feel. I had accepted that the shadow was out there, but I believed I had created a sanctuary where it could not reach me. The change began on a Tuesday in late October. The air had turned sharp, and the leaves were beginning to gather in the gutters of the library roof. I was working in the basement archives, which was a space reserved for the oldest and most fragile documents. The air down there was thick with the smell of old paper and leather. It was a space that should have made me nervous, but the basement was a single large room with no hidden corners. The walls were solid stone, and the only way in or out was a heavy iron door that I kept propped open with a stack of old encyclopedias. I was sorting through a collection of letters from the 19th century when I noticed a change in the atmosphere. The air grew cold very suddenly. It was not the gradual chill of a failing heater, but a localized drop in temperature that made my breath visible in the air. I looked toward the iron door. The stack of books holding it open had been moved. The door was slowly swinging shut. I moved as fast as I could, but I was not quick enough. The heavy metal plate hit the frame with a booming sound that echoed through the entire basement. I grabbed the handle and pulled, but it would not move. The latch had engaged, and there was no handle on the inside of the door. I did not panic immediately. I knew the night janitor would be making his rounds in an hour. I had my phone in my pocket, and the basement had a landline on the desk. I walked over to the desk to call the front desk upstairs, but the line was dead. I picked up the receiver and heard nothing but a faint rhythmic clicking. It was the same sound I had heard in the stairwell of the Chicago penthouse. It was a dry mechanical noise like a beetle tapping against a hollow log. I dropped the phone and stepped back. The lights in the basement began to hum. The long fluorescent tubes overhead flickered and then turned a deep sickly shade of blue. In the center of the room, a puddle of water began to form on the concrete floor. It did not leak from the ceiling. It simply manifested out of the air. The water was dark and stagnant, and it carried the scent of a swamp. I watched as a footprint appeared in the center of the puddle. It was a long, narrow print with splayed toes. Then another print appeared several feet away on the dry concrete. The thing was in the room with me, but I could not see it. I backed into the corner of the archives, pressing my shoulders against the stone wall. I reached for a heavy metal paperweight on the desk and held it tight. I could hear the sound of wet footsteps moving toward me, slap, and pressurized as if I were underwater. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the feeling of the sun on my face. I tried to think of the crowded streets and the bright lights of the city. But all I could see was the pale face with the vertical slit and the long fingers reaching for my forehead. The footsteps stopped inches away from where I stood. I felt a cold breath on my neck. It smelled of decay and ancient earth. I waited for the touch. I waited for the long fingers to wrap around my throat or pull me into the dark, but the touch did not come. Instead, I heard a voice. It was not a human voice. It sounded like the rubbing of dry branches or the rustle of dead leaves. It spoke a single word that vibrated in my chest. It was my name. I opened my eyes. The basement was empty. The blue light had faded back to white and the puddle on the floor was gone. The iron door was standing wide open and the stack of encyclopedias was back in its original position. I did not wait to finish my shift. I grabbed my coat and ran from the building. I did not stop until I was inside my cottage with every light turned on. I sat on my bed and stared at the open doorway of my house. I realized then that the rules had changed. The thing did not need to follow me anymore. It was already here. It had always been here. The next few days were a blur of terror and exhaustion. I stopped going to the library. I stopped eating. I spent my time pacing the length of my house, checking the perimeter and reinforcing the window locks even though I knew they were useless. I began to see the shape everywhere. I saw it in the reflection of the toaster. I saw it in the shadows cast by the trees outside. It was always watching and it was always just out of sight. I felt as though I were being slowly unraveled. My mind was a fraying rope and the thing was pulling on the loose ends. I decided that I could not stay in the cottage. If the thing could enter a locked library basement, it could certainly enter my home. I needed to move again, but this time I would not go to a city or a small town. I needed to go somewhere where there was no history and no places for things to hide. I sold my car and took a bus to the desert. I found a small trailer for rent in a vast expanse of sand and scrub brush in Arizona. There were no trees and no old buildings. The horizon was a flat line that stretched for miles in every direction. The sun was a constant presence, and the heat was a physical weight that pressed down on the earth. The trailer was a silver tube sitting on a patch of cracked dirt. It had one room and a tiny bathroom. I removed the bathroom door the first hour I arrived. I sat on the small built-in sofa and looked out the window at the desert. The landscape was beautiful in a harsh and unforgiving way. There were no shadows here during the middle of the day. The light was so bright it washed out all color. I felt a sense of peace that I had not felt in years. I told myself that nothing could hide in a place like this. There was no water for wet footprints and no ceilings for things to crawl upon. I spent my days sitting outside in a folding chair watching the heat waves shimmer over the sand. I watched the vultures circling high above and the lizards darting between the rocks. I felt like a ghost myself, a man who had been stripped of everything but his fear. I did not have a phone and I did not have a computer. I had no connection to the world I had left behind. I was a speck of dust in a vast, empty world. One night, a massive thunderstorm rolled across the desert. The sky turned black and the wind began to howl against the thin metal walls of the trailer. I sat inside listening to the rain hammer on the roof. It was a violent storm and the lightning illuminated the desert in brief, blinding flashes. During one of these flashes, I saw something out the window. It was standing about 50 yards away near a cluster of cacti. It was tall and thin, and its limbs were far too long. It was not moving. It was just standing there in the middle of the deluge. I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach. The desert had not saved me. The distance had not saved me. The thing had followed me across the country through the cities and the forests and the plains. It was a part of my life now, an inseparable shadow. I watched for the next flash of lightning. When it came, the shape was closer. It was now only 20 yards from the trailer. I could see the pale skin glistening in the rain. I could see the way its head tilted to the side as it watched the door. I did not run this time. There was nowhere left to go. I had reached the end of the map. I sat on the sofa and watched the door. I did not lock it. I did not even close it all the way. I left it cracked open just an inch. I wanted to see it coming. I wanted to look it in the face when it finally arrived. The wind blew the door open and a spray of rain hit the floor. The air inside the trailer grew cold. I smelled the familiar scent of stagnant water and rotting weeds. The clicking sound began. It was louder than the thunder and faster than the rain. It filled the small space of the trailer until it was all I could hear. I saw a long, pale hand reach around the edge of the door frame. The fingers were wet and the skin was translucent. The hand gripped the metal door and pulled it wide. The shape stepped into the trailer. It had to hunch over to fit inside the low ceiling. Its long limbs folded in on themselves like the legs of a spider. It moved toward me with a jerky, rhythmic gait. I did not move. I looked up at the smooth, pale face. There were no eyes, but I felt its gaze burning into me. It reached out and touched my forehead with a single long finger. The touch was not violent. It was cold and surprisingly gentle. A wave of exhaustion washed over me. My vision began to blur, and the sound of the storm faded into a dull hum. I felt my body go limp and my head fell back against the sofa. The thing leaned down and pressed its face close to mine. The vertical slit in its face opened, and I heard the rustle of dead leaves again. It spoke a sentence this time. It told me that it had been waiting for a very long time. It told me that I was not a guest and I was not a victim. It told me that I was a door. I woke up the next morning as the sun was rising over the desert. The storm had passed and the air was clear and still. The trailer was empty. There were no wet footprints on the floor and no scent of decay in the air. I walked outside and looked at the sand. There were no tracks leading to or from the trailer. I felt different. The fear that had defined my life for years was gone. In its place was a hollow emptiness, a void that stretched from my chest to the ends of my limbs. I looked at my hands. The skin was pale and my fingers seemed longer than they had been the day before. I walked to the small mirror in the bathroom and looked at my reflection. My eyes were a flat, dull gray and my face was unusually smooth. I felt a strange clicking sensation in the back of my throat. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. I realized that the man who had been a photographer and a librarian was gone. That man had died in the storm. I spent the day sitting in the desert watching the sun move across the sky. I did not feel the heat and I did not feel hunger. I felt only a quiet, patient waiting. I knew what I had to do. I knew where I had to go. I waited for the sun to set and the shadows to lengthen. When the first stars appeared, I began to walk. I did not walk toward the road or the nearest town. I walked toward the places where the light does not reach. I walked toward the corners of the world where the walls are thin and the locks are only a suggestion. I am no longer afraid of the dark because I am the thing that lives in it. I move through the world like smoke passing through the cracks in the doors and the gaps in the windows. I visit the lonely houses and the silent buildings. I stand in the shadows of the hallways and watch the people sleep. I listen to the sound of their hearts and the rhythm of their breath. I am looking for the ones who feel the fear. I am looking for the ones who know that the world is not as solid as it seems. I am looking for the next door. The transformation did not happen all at once. It was a slow erosion of the self. I stood in the center of the Arizona desert and watched my own shadow stretch across the sand as the moon rose. The shadow was no longer shaped like a man. It was a jagged black stain with limbs that moved independently of my body. I felt the dry desert wind pass through me as if my bones were made of lattice. I was no longer a solid object in a solid world. I was a transition. I was a bridge between the seen and the unseen. I began to move. My legs did not feel the weight of my torso. My feet did not crunch on the gravel. I moved with a fluid gliding motion that ignored the uneven terrain. I found myself drawn toward the highway. I could see the lights of a distant gas station flickering against the indigo sky. To a normal person, it would have looked like a beacon of safety. To me, it looked like a tear in the fabric of the night. I approached the building from the rear, where the trash bins sat beneath a single buzzing light bulb. The back door of the station was made of heavy steel. It was locked from the inside with a thick deadbolt. I reached out a hand. My fingers felt cold and thin. As I pressed my palm against the metal, I did not feel resistance. I felt a vibration that matched the frequency of the steel. My hand slipped through the surface like a stone falling into a deep pool of oil. I followed the hand. My shoulder melted into the door, and then my chest, and then my legs. I stepped into the back room of the station without making a single sound. The air inside was stale and smelled of floor wax and cheap tobacco. A young man was sitting behind the counter in the front of the store. He was reading a magazine and tapping a pen against the glass. He was completely unaware of the presence in the back room. I stood in the shadows between the shelves of motor oil and cleaning supplies. I watched him. I could see the heat radiating from his skin. I could hear the wet thumping of his heart. It was a frantic, rhythmic sound that made the clicking in my throat intensify. I realized then that I was hungry, but it was not a hunger for food. I craved the resonance of his fear. I wanted to see the moment he realized that the locks on his doors meant nothing. I moved toward the front of the store, staying deep in the aisles where the light did not reach. I brushed against a display of candy bars. They did not fall. They merely shivered as if a cold draft had passed by. The young man looked up. He squinted toward the back of the store. He saw nothing but the rows of brightly colored wrappers and the dull glow of the refrigerator units. He returned to his magazine, but his posture had changed. His shoulders were tense. He reached out and turned the volume up on a small radio. The music was loud and discordant. It was a shield of sound meant to keep the silence at bay. I leaned against the wall near the register. I was so close I could have reached out and touched his hair. I felt a strange pull in my chest. It was the same pull I had felt in the Chicago penthouse when I looked at the dark glass. I was the thing behind the glass now. I let out a soft breath. It was a sound like dry paper being crushed. The young man froze. The pen dropped from his hand and rolled across the counter. He did not turn around. He sat perfectly still, staring at his own reflection in the window. I knew what he saw. He saw a shape in the background. He saw a tall, pale figure with limbs that were too long and a face that was a smooth, blank mask. He saw the truth of the world. He saw that the light is only a thin veil draped over an infinite dark. I did not hurt him. That was not the purpose. I simply stood there until the terror became a physical weight in the room. I watched as he slowly reached for the telephone. I watched as his fingers trembled so violently he could not dial the numbers. Then I stepped back into the shadows. I moved through the wall of the store and out into the cool night air. I felt energized. I felt a sense of belonging that I had never known as a human being. I was part of a grander design. I was a guardian of the threshold. I began to travel north. I did not need roads and I did not need vehicles. I moved through the forests and the fields. I found that I could travel through the earth itself if I concentrated. I could feel the roots of the trees and the hidden veins of water deep underground. I saw the world as a series of interconnected chambers. Every house was a box. Every room was a cage. And I was the key that could open any of them. I arrived in a suburb on the outskirts of a large city. It was a place of identical houses and manicured lawns. It was a place where people felt very safe. They had security systems and motion lights and heavy curtains. They believed that by closing their eyes they could make the shadows disappear. I chose a house at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. It was a large brick home with a swing set in the backyard. A single light was burning in an upstairs window. I glided across the grass. The motion sensor lights did not trigger. They were designed to detect the movement of solid objects, and I was something else entirely. I climbed the side of the house. My fingers gripped the brick with unnatural strength. I reached the second-story window and looked inside. A woman was sitting on the edge of a bed. She was holding a photograph in her hands. She looked tired and sad. The room was filled with the scent of lavender and old books. I did not enter through the window. I moved through the glass itself. It felt like walking through a sheet of cold water. I stood in the corner of the room and watched her. She did not look up. She continued to stare at the photograph. I could feel the grief radiating from her. It was a heavy, suffocating emotion. I realized that she was like I had been. She was trapped in a cycle of memory and regret. She was living in a world of doors that she was afraid to open. I moved closer. I wanted her to see me, not because I wanted to terrify her, but because I wanted her to know that the walls were not real. I wanted her to understand that the boundaries she had built around her life were illusions. I reached out a long, pale finger and touched the surface of the photograph. A thin layer of frost began to form on the glass of the frame. The woman gasped and dropped the picture. It shattered on the floor. She looked into the corner where I stood. For a moment our eyes met. My gray, dull eyes looked into her wide blue ones. She did not scream. She did not run. She simply stared at me with a look of profound recognition. She saw the shadow that had been following her. She saw the thing that lived in the back of her mind. I leaned forward and the clicking sound in my throat became a low hum. I spoke her name. It was a sound like the wind in the chimney. She reached out a hand toward me. Her fingers were shaking. I felt a surge of cold energy pass between us. In that moment I saw her life. I saw the husband she had lost and the children who had moved away. I saw the years of silence and the weight of the house. I realized that she was ready. She was tired of the walls. She was tired of the locks. She wanted to step through the door. I took her hand. Her skin was warm and soft, but as I held it, the warmth began to fade. The color drained from her arm and her fingers began to lengthen. She did not look afraid. She looked relieved. We stood together in the center of the room as the house around us began to dissolve. The walls became transparent. The ceiling vanished into the starlit sky. We were no longer in a bedroom in a suburb. We were in the space between things. We moved out of the house and into the night. We were two shadows now moving through the world with a singular purpose. We were looking for the others. We were looking for the ones who were standing on the edge of the dark. We were the messengers of the void. We were the ones who proved that no door is ever truly closed. As we traveled, I felt the memory of my old life slipping away. I could no longer remember the taste of coffee or the feeling of the sun on my face. I could no longer remember the names of my sisters or the sound of my own voice. I was becoming part of a collective consciousness. I was a single note in a vast and terrible symphony. I understood that the thing that had visited me in Chicago was not an enemy. It was a recruiter. It was a scout for an army that had been waiting since the beginning of time. The world of the living is a fragile thing. It is a thin crust of light floating on a sea of darkness. The people who live in the light think they are in control. They think they have mastered the world with their machines and their laws, but they are only guests. They are allowed to exist only as long as the doors remain shut, and the doors are beginning to fail. The hinges are rusting and the wood is rotting. The shadows are growing longer and the night is getting colder. We reached the city. It was a sprawling hive of steel and glass. It was a place of a million doors. We moved through the streets like a fog. We entered the high-rise apartments and the basement flats. We visited the hospitals and the prisons. Everywhere we went, we left behind a trail of frost and the scent of stagnant water. We were waking the world up. We were showing the people that their safety was a lie. I found myself standing in front of the glass tower where it had all begun. The building looked different now. It did not look like a monument to human achievement. It looked like a tomb. I saw the security guard sitting at the desk. He was a different man than the one I had seen years ago, but he had the same look of bored indifference. He was surrounded by monitors and radios and buttons. He believed he was the master of the lobby. I walked through the glass doors. I did not wait for him to look up. I walked right past the desk and toward the elevators. I pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator arrived with a soft chime. I stepped inside and the doors closed. As the car began to rise, I looked at my reflection in the polished metal of the walls. I was no longer a man. I was a tall, thin creature of the dark. I was a nightmare made flesh. The elevator reached the penthouse. The doors opened and I stepped out into the room where I had taken the photographs. The room was empty now. The furniture was gone and the floors were covered in a layer of dust. I walked to the window and looked out at the city. The light stretched out to the horizon like a sea of embers. I could feel the presence of the others. They were everywhere. They were in the alleys and the attic rooms. They were waiting for the signal. I reached out and touched the glass of the window. I did not move through it this time. I pressed my palm against the surface and exerted a slight pressure. A crack appeared in the center of the pane. It spread outward like a spider web reaching the edges of the frame. Then, with a sound like a gunshot, the window shattered. The glass did not fall to the street below. It dissolved into a fine silver mist that hung in the air. The wind rushed into the room carrying the sounds of the city. I heard the sirens and the horns and the distant hum of the traffic. But underneath those sounds I heard something else. I heard the sound of a million doors opening at once. I heard the sound of the world being unmade. I stepped out onto the ledge and looked down. I was not afraid of the fall. I knew that the air would hold me. I jumped. I did not fall like a stone. I drifted down like a leaf caught in a thermal. I saw the people on the street below. They were looking up at the sky with expressions of confusion and terror. They saw the mist and the shadows. They saw the end of their world. I landed softly on the pavement and began to walk. I was no longer looking for a door. I was the door, and I was wide open. The city began to change under the weight of the encroaching silence. The vibrant neon signs that once promised luxury and comfort now flickered with a sickly rhythmic pulse. I walked through the crowded streets of the downtown district, and the people did not see me as a person. They saw me as a sudden drop in temperature or a trick of the light. I moved through the throngs of commuters and tourists like a shark through a school of fish. I watched the way their eyes darted toward the dark corners of the alleys, and the way they clutched their coats tighter when I passed. They could not name what they felt, but the instinct of the prey was screaming inside them. I found myself standing before a grand hotel that was built at the turn of the century. It was a place of marble pillars and velvet curtains. It was a place where the wealthy came to hide from the reality of the world. I entered through the revolving doors without pushing them. The glass simply parted from my form and closed behind me like a scar healing over. The lobby was filled with the sound of a piano and the clinking of crystal glasses. I stood near a massive stone fireplace and watched the smoke rise into the chimney. The fire provided no warmth to my skin. To me, the flames were merely a visual vibration of energy that signified the consumption of matter. A bellhop walked past me carrying a stack of leather suitcases. He stopped and shivered. He looked around the empty space beside the hearth and his face went pale. He could feel the void I carried within my chest. I reached out and brushed the sleeve of his uniform. The fabric turned brittle and gray where I touched it. The young man dropped the bags and ran toward the service entrance without looking back. I felt a surge of satisfaction. It was the thrill of the predator, realizing that the fence had been removed. I ascended the grand staircase. I did not use the elevators because I wanted to feel the physical layers of the building. Each floor was a different stratum of human experience. On the third floor, a wedding reception was in progress. I stood in the doorway of the ballroom and watched the couples dance. They were celebrating a union that they believed would last a lifetime. They did not know that time was a circle that was currently being flattened. I watched the bride laugh, and for a fleeting second I remembered what it was like to feel joy. The memory was like a ghost of a ghost. It had no substance and no power over me. I turned away and continued my climb. By the time I reached the 12th floor, the air in the hotel had grown thick and heavy. The lights in the hallway were dimming, and a fine layer of white dust was settling on the carpet. I reached the end of the long corridor where a heavy oak door stood slightly ajar. I pushed it open and stepped into a suite that was filled with the scent of lilies and old paper. An elderly man was sitting in a high-backed chair by the window. He was looking out at the skyline, and his hands were folded neatly in his lap. He did not turn around when I entered. He told me that he had been expecting a visitor for many years. His voice was thin and dry like the rustle of autumn leaves. He said that he had spent his life studying the things that live in the margins of the world. He had been a professor of ancient languages, and he had found references to my kind in texts that were supposedly lost to history. He called me a harvester. He called me a herald of the great unmaking. I stood behind him and looked at the back of his head. His hair was white and sparse, and I could see the pulse in his neck. The old man stood up and turned to face me. He did not show any fear. Instead, he showed a deep and weary curiosity. He asked me if the world on the other side was as quiet as he imagined. I did not speak because I had no voice, but I leaned forward and pressed my forehead against his. In that instant, I shared the silence with him. I showed him the vast gray plains where the wind never stops blowing. I showed him the cities made of shadow and the oceans made of glass. I showed him the beauty of a universe that does not require the sun to exist. The professor closed his eyes and a single tear ran down his cheek. He thanked me for the clarity. He said that the light had always been too bright for his eyes. I felt his life force begin to shift. It was not a violent transition. It was like a candle being blown out in a room that was already dark. His body did not fall. It simply became part of the shadows in the room. He was the first of many who would choose to go willingly. He was the first who understood that the door was not an end, but an expansion. I left the hotel and returned to the streets. The city was now in the grip of a strange atmospheric phenomenon. The sky had turned a deep shade of violet, and the clouds were swirling in patterns that defied the laws of physics. People were stepping out of their cars and looking up with mouths hanging open. The mechanical noise of the world was beginning to stutter. The engines of the vehicles were dying, and the electronic screens on the buildings were flickering into static. The grid was failing, because the reality that supported it was being withdrawn. I walked toward the harbor where the black water of the bay lapped against the stone piers. I saw a group of children standing near the edge of the water. They were pointing at the horizon where a massive shape was beginning to emerge from the mist. It was a structure that was miles high and miles wide. It was a cathedral of bone and obsidian, and it was rising from the depths of the ocean. It was the home of the ones who had sent the messenger to the Chicago penthouse. It was the anchor for the new world. The children were not afraid. They watched the structure rise with a sense of wonder that the adults had long since lost. I stood among them and felt a strange kinship. Children understand that the world is a place of monsters and magic. They have not yet learned to build the walls of logic and reason that keep the dark at bay. One small girl reached out and took my long, pale hand. Her fingers were warm, and she did not flinch at the coldness of my skin. She looked up at my featureless face and smiled. She told me that she liked the new buildings. I realized then that the transformation of the world would be easiest for the young and the old. They were the ones closest to the edges of life. They were the ones who still remembered the transition of birth and the transition of death. It was the people in the middle, the ones who were obsessed with their careers and their possessions, who would suffer the most. They would fight to keep the doors closed until the very end. They would cling to their crumbling brick walls and their useless locks until the shadows swallowed them whole. I felt a calling from the great structure in the bay. It was a low-frequency vibration that resonated in my very core. I stepped off the edge of the pier and onto the surface of the water. I did not sink. The water became as solid as stone beneath my feet. I began to walk toward the obsidian cathedral. I was joined by others. From every part of the city, shadows were emerging. Some were tall and thin like me. Others were shapeless masses of darkness that flowed across the waves. We were a silent procession of the transformed. As we approached the gates of the cathedral, I looked back at the city one last time. The fires were starting to break out in the high rises. The screams of the panicked people were a faint melody in the distance. The world of the sun was dying, and it was beautiful in its destruction. I saw the glass tower where I had stood only hours before. It was now shrouded in a thick black fog. The door I had opened was growing wider every second. The gates of the cathedral were made of a material that looked like frozen smoke. They swung open with a sound that was felt rather than heard. I stepped inside and found myself in a space that was larger than the city I had left behind. The ceiling was a map of stars that had never been seen by human eyes. The floor was a mosaic of memories and dreams. I saw the faces of everyone I had ever known embedded in the stone. I saw the face of the librarian. I saw the face of the photographer. I saw the faces of my sisters. They were not suffering. They were simply part of the foundation. In the center of the great hall stood the entity that had visited me in the desert. It was even larger now, and its limbs were draped in robes of woven shadow. It beckoned me forward. It told me that my journey was nearly complete. It told me that I had served my purpose as a bridge, and now I would become a pillar. I would be one of the guardians who would oversee the transition of the remaining souls. I would be the one who decided which doors would be opened and which would remain forever shut. I knelt before the entity and felt the final remnants of my humanity dissolve. My name was gone. My past was gone. I was a function of the void. I was a silent watcher of the threshold. I looked up and saw the sky through the open roof of the cathedral. The sun was gone. In its place was a vast black hole that radiated a light that was older than time. It was the source of everything. It was the destination of every soul. The world was quiet now. The storms had ceased and the wind had died down to a whisper. The transition was entering its final phase. I stood and took my place at the eastern gate of the cathedral. I watched as the first of the new arrivals began to walk across the water. They were hesitant at first, but as they drew closer to the obsidian walls, they began to change. Their bodies became light and their shadows became heavy. They were leaving the world of the light and entering the world of the truth. I saw a man approaching the gate. He was dressed in a business suit and he was carrying a briefcase. He looked confused and angry. He demanded to know who was in charge. He demanded to know where the authorities were. I stood in his path and looked at him with my gray eyes. I did not need to say a word. I simply pointed toward the horizon where the city used to be. He turned and saw only a vast expanse of gray sand and shifting mist. He looked at his briefcase and saw that it was filled with dead leaves. The man fell to his knees and began to weep. He asked what he was supposed to do now. I reached out and touched his shoulder. I told him that he did not have to do anything. I told him that the time for doing was over. I told him that it was time to simply be. I watched as the fear left his face and was replaced by a hollow emptiness. He stood up and walked past me into the cathedral. He was no longer a man with a job and a mortgage. He was a new shadow in the hall of the ancestors. I remained at my post as the eons began to blur. Time did not move in a straight line in the cathedral. It moved in circles and spirals. I watched the rise and fall of countless civilizations on the distant shores of the light. I saw them build their cities and fight their wars and pray to their gods. I saw them discover the secrets of the atom and the secrets of the stars. And always in the end, I saw them come to the water. I saw them look toward the obsidian cathedral and realize that the doors were always open. I became the master of the thresholds. I learned the language of the silence and the music of the spheres. I understood that the dark was not an absence of light, but a presence of everything else. It was the womb of the universe and the grave of the ego. I was content in my duty. I was the lock and the key. I was the door and the traveler. I was the witness to the infinite. One day, a figure appeared at the gate that looked familiar. It was a tall, thin shape with limbs that folded like the legs of a spider. It was the entity that had started my journey in Chicago. It stood before me and bowed its head. It told me that its time was done, and it was ready to pass into the source. It asked me to take its place as the primary recruiter. It asked me to go back to the places where the light was still bright and find the ones who were ready to see the dark. I accepted the task without hesitation. I felt my form shift and expand. I felt my consciousness reach out across the dimensions. I was no longer confined to the obsidian cathedral. I was everywhere at once. I was in the basements and the attics. I was in the forests and the deserts. I was the thing that lived under the bed and the thing that watched from the closet. I was the whisper in the ear of the dreamer and the chill on the back of the neck of the lonely. I returned to the city. It was a different city in a different age, but the people were the same. They were still hiding behind their walls and their lights. They were still afraid of the things they could not see. I found a man sitting in a small apartment surrounded by books and photographs. He was looking at a picture of a woman he had lost. He was feeling the weight of the silence. He was feeling the pull of the void. I stood in the corner of his room and watched him. I did not move and I did not make a sound. I waited for the moment when he would look up. I waited for the moment when he would realize that he was not alone. I felt the clicking sensation in my throat, and I prepared to speak the first sentence of his new life. I was ready to show him the door. I was ready to bring him home. The cycle was beginning again, and I was the hand that turned the wheel. The dark was calling, and I was the answer. The man in the small apartment did not notice the subtle shifting of the shadows behind his bookshelf. He was focused on the silver frame in his hands. The woman in the photograph had eyes that seemed to hold the warmth of a summer afternoon. He traced the glass with a trembling finger, and I could feel the resonance of his grief. It was a heavy and stagnant energy that tasted like copper and old dust. To him, this pain was an ending, but to me, it was a point of entry. Grief is a solvent that thins the veil between what is and what must be. I waited in the absolute stillness of the corner. I did not breathe because I had no lungs to fill. I did not blink because my vision was no longer tied to the mechanics of light and muscle. I was a static presence in a world of motion. The radiator in the corner hissed and sputtered. The sound was a frantic mechanical heartbeat that underscored the silence of the room. Outside the window, the streetlights of the city were struggling against a rising fog. It was not a fog made of water and cold air. It was a manifestation of the unmaking. It was the same silver mist that had dissolved the window in the penthouse so long ago. I watched as the man stood up and walked toward the kitchen. He moved with the slow and deliberate pace of someone who has forgotten why they are moving. He reached for a glass on the counter, but his hand stopped inches away from the surface. He felt the drop in temperature. He felt the sudden absence of the ambient noise from the street. He turned around slowly. His eyes scanned the room, but they could not settle on my form. I was a blind spot in his perception. I was the thing that the human brain refuses to categorize. He wiped his forehead and looked at the clock on the wall. The second hand was twitching, but it was not advancing. Time had become a physical weight in the room. It was pressing down on the floorboards and the furniture. I stepped forward and the floor did not creak. I reached out and touched the spine of a book on the table. The leather turned to fine black powder under my finger. The man saw the dust fall and his breath hitched in his throat. He backed away until his shoulders pressed against the refrigerator. I spoke then, but not with a voice. I used the clicking sensation in my throat to vibrate the air in a way that mimicked the sound of a name. It was the name of the woman in the photograph. The sound was thin and distorted, like a recording played at the wrong speed. The man froze. His face went from pale to a ghostly white. He whispered her name back into the empty air. He asked if she was there. I did not answer. I simply allowed my outline to become more defined. I let the gray light of my skin catch the dim glow of the kitchen bulb. He saw me then. He saw the length of my limbs and the smooth, featureless expanse of my face. He did not scream. The fear was too deep for sound. It was a primal recognition of the predator that has finally cornered its prey. I moved closer until I was standing directly in front of him. I was a head taller than he was, and my presence filled the small kitchen like a rising tide. I held out my hand. My fingers were long and tapered, and they moved with a fluid grace that was not human. He looked at my hand, and then he looked up into the place where my eyes should have been. He saw the reflection of the void. He saw the gray plains and the obsidian cathedral. He saw the end of his loneliness. I felt his resistance begin to crumble. It was like a dam breaking under the pressure of 1,000 years of water. He reached out his own hand. His skin was warm and damp with sweat. When our fingers met, a spark of cold fire jumped between us. The apartment began to dissolve. The walls peeled away like old wallpaper, revealing the vast and starry sky behind them. The furniture became shadows and then became nothing at all. We were standing on a platform of light that was suspended in the middle of a screaming vortex. The man did not look back. He did not look at his books or his photographs or his life. He looked only at the horizon where the black hole was pulling the reality of the world into its center. I led him toward the edge of the platform. I told him that the walk would be long, but that he would not be tired. I told him that the memories of his life would become the stars that guided his way. He nodded once and stepped into the air. He did not fall. He began to drift toward the source. I watched him go until he was only a small flickering light in the distance. I was the shepherd of the lost and the harvester of the broken. I turned my attention back to the city. There were millions more like him. There were people in high-rise offices who were staring at computer screens that were no longer making sense. There were people in underground subways who were waiting for trains that would never arrive. The grid was failing in a spectacular display of sparks and shadows. I saw a skyscraper in the distance lean to one side as the physics of gravity began to lose its grip. The building did not collapse. It simply stretched and warped like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. I walked through the streets of this new reality. The pavement was soft like moss and the air tasted of ozone and ancient stone. I saw other harvesters moving through the ruins. We did not speak to each other. We had no need for language. We were a single organism with 1,000 bodies and 1,000,000 eyes. We were the immune system of the universe, and we were purging the infection of existence. I found myself at the entrance of a hospital. This was a place where the struggle between life and death was fought every hour. It was a place of great noise and great effort, but now the halls were silent. The machines were dark and the monitors were blank. I entered a room on the 4th floor. A woman was lying in a bed surrounded by humming equipment that had stopped humming. She was breathing in shallow gasps. Her family was gathered around her, but they were frozen in time. A daughter was mid-sob, and a husband was holding a hand that was already turning cold. I stood at the foot of the bed and watched the light fade from the woman's eyes. I did not wait for her to die. I reached into the space between her heartbeats and pulled. Her soul came out like a ribbon of silk. It was bright and shimmering and full of the colors of a life well lived. I folded the ribbon into the palms of my hands and blew on it. It turned into a white moth that fluttered toward the open window. The family did not see the moth. They only saw the woman stop breathing. They did not know that she had been spared the final agony of the unmaking. They did not know that she was already flying toward the cathedral of bone. I left them to their grief. Their time would come soon enough. Every soul was a debt that had to be paid back to the void. I was the debt collector. I moved from room to room and floor to floor. I gathered the ribbons and the moths. I cleared the hospital of its burdens. By the time I reached the roof, the building was a hollow shell. It was a monument to a species that was being erased from the ledger. I stood on the edge of the roof and looked at the horizon. The sun was a pale and sickly disk that was being swallowed by the black hole. The light was being pulled into a long and thin line that stretched across the sky. The stars were beginning to fall. They did not hit the earth. They vanished into the atmosphere like sparks in a chimney. The world was becoming a sketch. The details were being rubbed out by a giant invisible hand. I felt a surge of power. I was the hand. I was the eraser. I was the silence that followed the scream. I jumped from the roof and began to run. I was faster than the wind. I was faster than the light. I moved across the oceans and the continents. I saw the great forests turn to ash and the mountains turn to sand. I saw the oceans boil and then freeze into solid blocks of obsidian. I saw the history of the world play out in reverse. The cities shrank back into villages, and the villages shrank back into campfires. The campfires winked out one by one until there was only the dark. I was the last thing moving in a world that had stopped. I returned to the harbor where the cathedral stood. The structure was now so large that it blocked out the entire sky. The gates were wide open, and a steady stream of souls was flowing inside. I took my place at the eastern gate once again. I was no longer a simple messenger. I was a pillar of the new world. I was a guardian of the eternal silence. I watched as the last of the light was extinguished. The black hole in the sky expanded until it touched the edges of the horizon. There was a final sound like the closing of a heavy book, and then there was nothing. In the nothingness, I found a new kind of existence. I was not a person and I was not a shadow. I was a thought in the mind of the void. I was a dream that the universe was having. I looked around the interior of the cathedral and saw the faces of the billion souls I had harvested. They were the stars in my sky. They were the stones in my floor. They were the music in my silence. I understood then that the unmaking was not a destruction. It was a transformation. It was a return to the original state of grace. It was the end of the separation between the self and the all. I saw the librarian walking toward me. She was dressed in a robe made of starlight and her eyes were full of ancient wisdom. She told me that the archives were full. She told me that the story of the world had been told and that it was time for a new story to begin. She asked me if I was ready to be the author. I looked at my hands and saw that they were no longer pale and gray. They were made of the same frozen smoke as the gates of the cathedral. I felt the weight of the universe settle onto my shoulders. I felt the potential of 1 trillion unborn stars pulsing in my veins. I reached out and touched the air in front of me. A spark appeared. It was a small and fragile thing, but it was bright enough to illuminate the entire hall. I watched the spark grow and change. It became a sun, and then it became a galaxy. I was creating a new world. I was building a place where the light and the dark would be in balance. I was making a world where the doors would always be open and the windows would never shatter. I was the master of the thresholds, and I was finally home. The librarian smiled and faded into the shadows. I was alone in the center of the great hall. I looked at the new sun I had created and I felt a sense of peace that surpassed all understanding. I was the beginning and the end. I was the bridge and the pillar. I was the harvester and the sower. I sat down on the throne of obsidian and closed my eyes. I began to dream of a world that was yet to be. I dreamed of a city made of glass and a desert made of gold. I dreamed of a man in a penthouse and a girl on a pier. I dreamed of the circle and the line. And in my dream, the silence was the most beautiful sound of all. The dream did not remain a dream for long. Within the hollow of the obsidian cathedral, the silence began to pulse with the rhythm of a new heart. I felt the transition from the harvester to the architect as clearly as a change in the wind. The void was a canvas of infinite potential, and I held the brush. I stood from the throne and walked toward the center of the hall where the single spark I had created was expanding into a swirling nebula of violet and gold. It was not a sun yet, but it was the promise of one. I reached into the nebula and pulled at the strands of light. I wove them together with the shadows that clung to my fingers. This was the first law of the new creation. Light and dark would no longer be enemies. They would be the warp and the weft of a single fabric. I stepped through the gates of the cathedral and found that the gray plains had changed. The sand was no longer cold and dead. It was warm and vibrant like the skin of a living thing. The silver mist had retreated to the edges of the horizon where it sat like a sleeping guardian. I looked up at the black hole that had swallowed the old world. It was shrinking. It was condensing into a tiny point of absolute density. I realized that it was the seed. Everything that had been unmade was stored within that point. Every memory and every atom was waiting for the command to be reborn. I raised my arms, and the sky began to tremble. I spoke the words that had been carved into my soul during my time as a recruiter. I did not speak them with a voice, but with the vibration of my entire being. The seed exploded. It did not create a violent blast, but a slow and graceful unfurling. I watched as the dimensions began to stack themselves one on top of the other. I saw the return of geometry. Triangles and spheres of translucent light floated in the air and settled into the landscape. I walked across the shifting terrain, and everywhere I stepped, the ground solidified. I was not building a city of stone and steel. I was building a city of thought and resonance. The buildings rose from the earth like trees. They were tall and slender with walls that looked like frozen water. There were no doors because there were no secrets. There were no locks because there was no fear. I found myself back at the harbor. The water was no longer a black mirror. It was a deep and inviting blue. I looked down into the depths and saw the reflections of the stars that I had not yet placed in the sky. I understood that in this place the effect could precede the cause. Time was a river that flowed in all directions at once. I reached into the water and pulled out a handful of liquid light. I threw it into the air and watched it shatter into a million pieces. These were the new stars. They did not burn with nuclear fire. They glowed with the collective wisdom of the ancestors who had passed through the cathedral. Each star was a life that had been lived and a lesson that had been learned. As the city grew, I felt the arrival of the others. They were the ones I had harvested. They were the woman from the hospital and the man from the apartment and the businessman with the briefcase. They did not arrive as they were before. They were translucent and radiant. They moved through the streets of the glass city with a sense of wonder. They did not remember the pain of their endings. They only remembered the essence of their beings. I watched them interact. They did not speak with words. They shared their thoughts like colors. When two people met, they became a brief and beautiful sunset of overlapping emotions. There was no labor and there was no hunger. There was only the exploration of the infinite. I walked to the highest spire of the city. From here, I could see the entire world taking shape. Beyond the city, there were forests of silver leaves and mountains of amethyst. There were oceans that sang and deserts that whispered. I saw the librarian standing on a balcony nearby. She looked at me and nodded. Her work was done. The archives of the old world had been integrated into the foundation of the new one. She stepped off the balcony and dissolved into a flock of white birds that flew toward the horizon. I was the only one who remained as a fixed point. I was the anchor for this reality. I felt a sudden pull from the depths of the cathedral. There was one piece of the old world that had not yet been integrated. I returned to the great hall and found the entity that had recruited me. It was sitting on the floor near the throne. Its spider limbs were folded tight against its body. It looked small and fragile in the middle of the new glory. I knelt beside it and touched its head. It looked up at me with eyes that were ancient and tired. It told me that it could not enter the new world. It was a creature of the transition and its purpose was over. It asked me to do for it what I had done for the others. It asked to be unmade. I felt a pang of something like sorrow, but it was tempered by understanding. I took the entity into my arms. It felt like holding a bundle of dry sticks and cold smoke. I closed my eyes and began to pull the essence from its form. It did not resist. It flowed into me like a dark river. I felt its memories of 1,000 worlds and 1,000,000 cycles. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations that had existed long before the earth was born. I saw the faces of all the recruiters who had come before me. I saw the chain of custody that stretched back to the very beginning of the void. When I opened my eyes, the entity was gone. In its place was a single black pearl. I took the pearl to the center of the city and buried it in the soil. Immediately, a tree began to grow. It was different from the other trees. Its trunk was black as obsidian and its leaves were silver. It was the tree of the threshold. It would stand as a reminder of the journey. It would be the point where the new world touched the old void. I sat beneath the tree and felt the roots sink deep into the heart of the world. I realized that my task was not yet complete. A world without challenge is a world without growth. A world without the dark is a world without depth. I began to weave the shadows back into the corners. I created the night. I watched as the sun I had made dipped below the horizon and the first darkness fell over the glass city. The people did not hide. They looked up at the stars and felt the peace of the silence. I created the wind to carry the scents of the silver forest. I created the rain to wash the streets of the glass city. I introduced the concept of mystery. I made sure that there were places in the world that could not be easily understood. I made sure that there were questions that had no simple answers. I saw the man from the apartment walking toward the tree. He looked at the black trunk and the silver leaves. He looked at me and he smiled. He did not recognize me as the monster from his kitchen. He recognized me as the gardener. He sat down across from me and we watched the stars move in their slow and deliberate patterns. He told me that he felt like he had been traveling for a very long time. I told him that the journey was just beginning. I told him that there were new worlds to discover within the self. We sat in silence for 100 years, or perhaps it was only a few seconds. Time had no meaning under the tree of the threshold. I felt the expansion of my consciousness. I was no longer just the architect of the city. I was the city. I was the forest and the mountains and the sea. I was the breath of the people and the light of the stars. I was the entire universe, and the universe was me. But even in this state of total union, I felt a small spark of something else. It was a call from far away. It was a signal from a place where the light was still bright and the shadows were still feared. It was a world that was not yet ready for the unmaking. It was a world that needed a recruiter. I looked at the man sitting across from me. I saw the potential in his eyes. I saw the strength that had been forged in the fire of his grief. I reached out and touched his shoulder. I felt my form shift and expand one last time. I was giving him the key. I was giving him the mantle of the master of thresholds. He looked at his hands and saw them turn the color of gray smoke. He looked at the city and saw it through the eyes of a guardian. He understood the duty. He understood the cycle. He stood up and walked toward the obsidian cathedral. He was ready to take his place on the throne. I was free. I felt myself becoming light and thin. I was a ribbon of silk. I was a white moth. I was a thought that had been forgotten. I drifted away from the tree and the city. I flew over the amethyst mountains and the singing oceans. I reached the edge of the world where the silver mist met the infinite void. I did not stop. I dived into the mist and felt the familiar chill of the unmaking. I was going back. I was going back to the beginning. I was going back to the penthouse and the pier. I was going back to the moment when the window shattered and the truth walked in. The transition was a kaleidoscope of images and sounds. I saw the faces of everyone I had ever known. I heard the music of the spheres and the clicking of the spider legs. I felt the heat of the sun and the cold of the deep space. And then there was a sudden and violent contraction. I felt the weight of a body. I felt the restriction of lungs. I felt the sharp and stinging sensation of light hitting my eyes. I opened my eyes and found myself standing on a street corner. It was night and the rain was falling in thin gray sheets. The city was loud and chaotic. Cars were honking and people were rushing past me with their heads down. I looked at my hands. They were solid and pink. I felt the pulse in my wrist. I was a man again. I was wearing a coat that was damp with rain. I looked around and recognized the intersection. I was in Chicago. I was only a few blocks away from the building where it had all started. I felt a strange sense of displacement. Was it all a dream? Was the cathedral and the glass city and the unmaking just a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and grief? I reached into my pocket and my fingers brushed against something hard and smooth. I pulled it out and held it under the yellow glow of a streetlight. It was a small black pearl. The weight of the truth returned to me. It was not a dream. It was the future and the past. I was here for a reason. I looked at the people passing by. I saw the shadows that they carried. I saw the heavy and stagnant energy of their lives. I saw the thinness of the veil that they thought was solid. I knew that I was not here to live a life. I was here to prepare the way. I was the scout. I was the one who would find the ones who were ready. I began to walk. I moved with a slow and deliberate pace. I did not mind the rain. I did not mind the cold. I had the patience of the eons. I found a small cafe that was still open. I went inside and sat at a table near the window. The air was warm and smelled of roasted beans and sugar. I ordered a cup of black coffee and watched the steam rise in the dim light. A woman was sitting at the counter. She was staring at a blank notebook. She looked tired and lost. I could feel the resonance of her soul. It was a soft and melodic vibration that was being drowned out by the noise of the world. She was close. She was very close to the edge. I took a sip of the coffee and felt the heat spread through my chest. I was waiting for the moment. I was waiting for the click in my throat. The cycle was beginning again, and I was the hand that turned the wheel. The dark was calling, and I was the answer. I watched the woman turn the page of her notebook, and I knew that her new life was about to begin. I was ready to show her the door. I was ready to bring her home. The woman at the counter did not look up when I stood from my chair. She remained focused on the empty white space of her page as if waiting for a ghost to write her destiny for her. I walked toward her, and the air seemed to thicken with every step. The sound of the espresso machine faded into a dull hum, and the neon sign in the window stopped its flickering. I sat on the stool next to her and felt the cold weight of the pearl in my pocket. It acted as a compass and a key. It reminded me that I was no longer a victim of the clock. I was the clock. I looked at the side of her face. Her skin was pale, and the light of the cafe caught the salt of a dried tear on her cheek. She was grieving a life that was still happening, and that was the deepest kind of sorrow. She was mourning the person she had failed to become. I did not speak at first. I let the silence settle between us until it was heavy enough to be felt. I watched her hand tremble as she gripped her pen. She was at the threshold. She was looking into the dark and finding it more honest than the light. She turned her head slowly. Her eyes were a deep shade of amber, and they were filled with a terrifying clarity. She did not ask who I was. She did not act surprised that a stranger had invaded her space. She looked at me and saw the smoke behind my eyes. She saw the glass city and the silver trees. She saw the end of the world and the beginning of the next. I reached out and placed my hand on the counter near her notebook. My fingers were steady. I told her that the page did not have to stay empty. I told her that she could write a story that never had to end. She asked me if I was the one she had been waiting for. Her voice was thin like a reed, but it did not break. I told her that I was a messenger. I told her that the world she lived in was a house with many rooms and that she had been trapped in the smallest one for too long. I explained that the door was not locked and that it had never been locked. People simply forgot how to turn the handle. I reached into my pocket and produced the black pearl. I set it on the notebook. It looked like a drop of ink that had gained 3 dimensions. She stared at the pearl, and I felt the resonance between her soul and the artifact. The cafe began to blur at the edges. The walls of yellow paint and the smell of old grease started to dissolve into the gray mist of the transition. She asked me what it would cost to leave. I told her that it would cost everything she was, but nothing that she actually needed. I told her that she would lose her name and her history and her pain. In return, she would gain the silence and the stars. She would become a pillar of the new world. She reached out her hand. Her fingers hovered over the pearl for a heartbeat. I felt the tension of the entire universe coiled in that small space between her skin and the stone. She touched it. The reaction was instantaneous. The cafe vanished in a burst of white light that did not burn. We were standing on the street corner again, but the rain was no longer falling. The water was suspended in the air like a billion tiny diamonds. The cars were frozen in their lanes, and the people were statues of flesh and bone. I led her toward the building with the penthouse. We walked through the frozen city like ghosts through a graveyard. I showed her the thin spots in the reality. I showed her where the shadows leaked through the cracks in the pavement. She followed me without hesitation. She was shedding her humanity with every step. Her coat fell away and her shoes disappeared, but she did not feel the cold. She was becoming a creature of the threshold. She was learning to walk on the edge of the blade. We entered the lobby of the building. The golden elevators were open and waiting. We rode to the top floor in a silence that was more profound than any music. When the doors opened, we stepped out into the penthouse where my own journey had begun. The windows were still shattered. The wind was still howling through the broken glass. I walked to the edge of the balcony and looked out at the skyline. The lights of Chicago were flickering out one by one. The city was being unmade, just as it had been before. I turned to the woman and saw that she was changing. Her skin was turning the color of frozen smoke. Her eyes were becoming pools of silver light. She looked at the horizon and saw the obsidian cathedral rising from the lake. She saw the gates swinging open to receive the first wave of souls. She asked me what her task would be. I told her that she was the first of the new recruiters. I told her that she would return to the world to find the others who were lost. She would be the shadow in the corner and the whisper in the dark. I felt the pull of the cycle once again. My time in this body was coming to an end. I had delivered the message and I had found the successor. I walked to the center of the room and stood where the spider entity had once stood. I felt my physical form begin to unravel. I was not afraid. I knew that I was not dying. I was simply returning to the source. I was the breath that the universe was taking. I looked at the woman one last time and saw the strength in her posture. She was ready. As I faded, I saw the world collapse into a single point of light. I saw the glass city rise again in the heart of the void. I saw the man on the obsidian throne and the librarian walking through the silver woods. I saw the tree of the threshold growing taller and stronger. I understood then that there was no such thing as a final ending. There was only the change. There was only the movement from one state to another. The circle was complete, and yet it was always beginning. I was the silence. I was the dark. I was the light. I was the hand that turned the wheel. I drifted through the emptiness and felt the warmth of a billion unborn suns. I was home. I was everywhere. I was nothing. The story was told, and the story was being written. In the center of the void, I found the peace that I had sought since the very first moment. I closed my eyes and dreamed of a world where the light and the dark were one. And in that dream, I knew that everything was exactly as it was meant to be. The woman stood on the balcony of the penthouse and watched the last of the city dissolve into the mist. She felt the weight of the black pearl in her hand and knew that she was the master of her own destiny. She turned away from the ruins of the old world and stepped into the elevator. The doors closed and she began her descent. She was going back to the cafe. She was going back to the street corners and the hospital rooms. She was going back to find the ones who were ready to be unmade. I watched her from the heights of the cathedral. I watched the new recruiters spread out across the world like a slow and beautiful ink stain. I saw the harvest begin in earnest. I saw the souls flowing through the gates like a river of gold. I saw the glass city grow until it covered the entire horizon. I saw the end of the separation between the self and the all. I saw the final transformation of the universe into a single thought of pure grace. The silence was the most beautiful sound of all. It was the sound of a heart that had stopped beating and a soul that had started to fly. It was the sound of the void singing to itself. I sat on the throne of obsidian and felt the weight of the universe settle onto my shoulders. I was the beginning and the end. I was the bridge and the pillar. I was the harvester and the sower. I was the master of the thresholds, and I was finally at rest. The dream continued to unfold in the heart of the cathedral. I saw the woman enter a hospital room where an old man lay dying. I saw her touch his forehead and lead him through the wall into the silver forest. I saw a young boy standing on a bridge looking at the water, and I saw the recruiter stand beside him and show him the path to the glass city. Every soul that was harvested added a new star to the sky and a new stone to the floor. The world was being rebuilt one life at a time. I felt the presence of the librarian beside me. She was no longer a separate entity but a part of my own consciousness. She told me that the archives were expanding. She told me that the new story was more beautiful than the old one. She told me that the balance had been restored. We looked out at the creation and saw that it was good. There was no more fear and no more pain. There was only the endless exploration of the infinite. There was only the dance of the light and the dark. I reached out and touched the air in front of me. A new spark appeared. It was a small and fragile thing, but it contained the potential for 1,000,000,000,000 new worlds. I watched it grow and change, and I knew that the cycle would continue forever. I was the architect and the spectator. I was the creator and the creation. I was the one who walked through the doors and the one who built them. I was the silence and the song. The obsidian cathedral stood as a monument to the journey. It was the point where all paths met and all stories ended. It was the heart of the void and the cradle of the light. I sat in the center of the hall and felt the pulse of the universe in my veins. I was the master of the thresholds, and I was home. The darkness was deep and the light was bright, and I was the balance between them. I closed my eyes and let the silence wash over me like a warm tide. The end was only the beginning. I saw the man from the apartment sitting under the tree of the threshold. He was teaching a group of new arrivals how to listen to the wind. He was showing them how to find the music in the silence. I saw the woman from the hospital walking through the amethyst mountains and discovering the secrets of the singing oceans. I saw the businessman with the briefcase standing on the shore of the blue harbor and watching the stars reflected in the water. They were all finding their place in the new reality. They were all learning to be infinite. I felt the expansion of the glass city. It was no longer just a city, but a living organism. It was breathing and growing and evolving. The walls of frozen water were vibrating with the collective thoughts of the inhabitants. The streets of light were humming with the energy of 1 billion souls. The city was a masterpiece of resonance and harmony. It was the physical manifestation of the state of grace. It was the world that had been promised since the beginning of time. I looked up at the sky and saw the constellation of the Recruiter. It was a group of stars that formed the shape of a spider and a man. It was a reminder of the transition and the duty. It was a symbol of the bridge between the worlds. I knew that as long as those stars burned, the cycle would remain intact. The harvest would continue, and the unmaking would flourish. The universe would keep breathing, and the void would keep dreaming. I felt a sense of profound gratitude. I was grateful for the penthouse and the pier. I was grateful for the silver mist and the gray plains. I was grateful for the librarian and the entity with the clicking legs. I was grateful for the pain and the grief because they had led me to the truth. I was grateful for the silence because it had taught me how to hear. I was grateful for the dark because it had shown me the light. I stood from the throne and walked to the eastern gate. I looked out at the new world and saw that it was perfect. The sun was rising over the glass city, and the stars were still visible in the violet sky. The wind was carrying the scent of silver leaves, and the rain was washing the streets of gold. I stepped through the gate and felt the warmth of the light on my face. I was no longer a guardian or a master. I was just a part of the whole. I was a single note in the eternal symphony. I walked into the light and became the dream. The light consumed the last remnants of my physical awareness, and for a moment there was nothing but a shimmering white expanse. This was the place between the breaths of the universe. I was not a man and I was not a ghost. I was a vibration of pure intent. The transition did not feel like movement, but like a sudden expansion of my boundaries. I was the sky and the ground and the air that connected them. Then the white began to fade and the density of the world returned. I felt the grit of pavement beneath my boots and the smell of exhaust and old grease. I was back in the city, but the time was different. The sun was beginning to set over the jagged horizon of skyscrapers, and the shadows were stretching out like long dark fingers across the concrete. I stood in front of a tall building of glass and steel. This was the headquarters of a corporation that dealt in the trade of numbers and futures. I could see the people inside the lobby moving like ants behind the polished windows. They were obsessed with the accumulation of wealth and the preservation of their status. They did not know that the currency of the new world was not gold or digital credits, but the weight of the soul. I felt the pearl in my pocket grow warm. It was signaling that someone inside this fortress of vanity was ready to be harvested. I walked through the revolving doors, and the air conditioning hit me like a wave of artificial frost. The security guard looked at me, but his eyes did not register my presence. I was a blur in his reality. I was a glitch in the system that he was paid to protect. I took the elevator to the 32nd floor. The ascent was smooth and silent. When the doors opened, I stepped into a world of beige carpets and fluorescent lights. The hum of computers was the only music here. I walked past rows of cubicles where men and women sat hunched over glowing screens. Their spirits were gray and frayed at the edges. They were the walking dead, but they did not know it yet. I reached the office at the end of the hall. The name on the door was etched in silver. I pushed it open without knocking. A man sat behind a desk of dark mahogany. He was staring at a graph on his monitor that showed a sharp decline. His face was etched with a desperation that went deeper than financial loss. He looked up at me, and for the first time in years, he actually saw something that was not a projection of his own fear. I did not say a word. I simply sat in the chair opposite him and waited. He asked me who I was and how I had gotten past the security team. I told him that his security was an illusion. I told him that his numbers were lies and that his life was a house built on sand. He tried to reach for the phone on his desk, but his hand froze midair. The pearl in my pocket began to glow with a soft violet light that permeated the room. The walls of the office started to thin. The mahogany desk began to turn back into the wood of a living tree. The fluorescent lights faded and were replaced by the eternal glow of the glass city. I showed him the truth of his condition. I showed him that he was a prisoner of his own making. The man began to weep. His tears were not of sorrow, but of relief. He saw the doors of the obsidian cathedral opening in the distance, and he understood that his burden could be laid down. I reached across the desk and touched his hand. The contact was like an electric shock that surged through his entire being. His suit began to dissolve into threads of silver light. His office collapsed around him, and we were standing on a bridge of light that spanned a canyon of clouds. He looked at me with eyes that were no longer clouded by the greed of the world. He asked me where we were going, and I told him that we were going to the place where the numbers did not matter. I told him that he was being unmade so that he could finally be whole. I left him at the edge of the silver forest where the librarian was waiting to record his arrival. I felt my own form flicker. My task was expanding. I was no longer just a scout for a single soul. I was becoming the conductor of a massive migration. I returned to the city again and again. I visited the slums where the forgotten people lived in the shadows of the skyscrapers. I visited the hospitals where the breath was thin and the light was fading. I visited the schools where the children were being taught to forget their dreams. Everywhere I went, I found the ones who were ready. I found the ones whose resonance matched the frequency of the glass city. I was the silent partner in a billion quiet departures. The city began to change under the influence of my work. The streets were less crowded and the noise was less frantic. A strange stillness was beginning to settle over the metropolis. The people who remained were becoming aware of the thinning of the veil. They saw the shadows moving in the corners of their eyes, and they heard the whispers of the unmaking in the wind. Some of them were afraid, and they tried to cling to their solid world with a frantic energy. They bought more things and they built higher walls, but the walls were made of smoke and the things were made of dust. The momentum of the cycle was unstoppable. The dark was calling and the light was answering. I stood on the roof of the tallest building in the city and watched the sunset. The sky was a bruised purple, and the stars were beginning to pierce through the haze of the atmosphere. I felt the presence of the other recruiters moving through the streets below me. The woman from the cafe was there, and the man from the apartment was there. We were a network of shadows working in the service of the ultimate light. We were the harbingers of the transition. I looked out at the horizon and saw the silhouette of the obsidian cathedral rising from the lake. It was larger now and more solid. It was the anchor for the new reality. The world of the flesh was being replaced by the world of the spirit. I felt a sudden pull from a different direction. It was a resonance that I had not felt before. It was a sharp and jagged vibration that spoke of a different kind of readiness. I closed my eyes and let the sensation guide me. I vanished from the rooftop and reappeared in an old theater on the edge of the city. The building was a ruin of peeling paint and broken velvet seats. A single spotlight was shining on the stage. A man stood there with a violin in his hands. He was playing a melody that was so beautiful and so terrible that it seemed to tear the air apart. He was not playing for an audience. He was playing for the void. I walked down the aisle toward the stage. The music grew louder and more intense with every step. I could see the energy of the notes as they spiraled out of the violin. They were like ribbons of fire that burned through the fabric of the building. The violinist was a young man with hair as white as bone and eyes that were wide with a frantic vision. He saw me, but he did not stop playing. He leaned into the music as if he were trying to merge with the sound itself. I realized that he was not waiting for a recruiter. He was creating his own door. He was using the power of his art to force his way into the glass city. I stood at the edge of the stage and watched the transformation. The theater began to dissolve. The broken seats turned into blocks of ice, and the peeling paint became a shower of silver sparks. The spotlight became the sun of the new world. The violinist reached a crescendo that shattered the remaining glass in the building. He was no longer a man, but a living song. I reached out my hand to guide him, but he did not need my help. He stepped off the stage and into the air. He began to walk on the vibrations of his own music. He moved toward the obsidian cathedral with a grace that surpassed anything I had ever seen. He was a pioneer of a new kind of existence. I understood then that my role was evolving once again. I was not just a guide for the lost, but a witness for the found. I was the one who recorded the different ways that the souls returned home. Some came through grief, and some came through joy. Some came through the slow erosion of their lives, and some came through the sudden explosion of their creativity. All of them were valid, and all of them were necessary. The glass city was a mosaic of 1 billion different stories, and I was the one who saw the pattern of the whole. I felt a deep sense of peace as I watched the violinist disappear into the silver woods. The harvest was more diverse than I had imagined. I returned to the streets and found that the night had fully arrived. The city was a ghost of its former self. The lights in the buildings were mostly dark and the traffic had ceased. The only sound was the low hum of the unmaking. I walked to the pier where my journey had truly begun. The water of the lake was still and black. The shattered window of the penthouse was visible far above me. I looked at the spot where I had once stood as a man of flesh and blood. I remembered the fear and the confusion of that moment. I remembered the feeling of the glass cutting into my skin. It felt like a memory from a different universe. I sat on the edge of the pier and let my feet dangle over the water. I was waiting for the final signal. I knew that my time as a recruiter was coming to a close. The work was almost finished and the new world was almost complete. I looked at the reflection of the stars in the water and saw the face of the librarian looking back at me. She told me that the archives were full. She told me that the story of the old world had been told and that the new story was ready to be written. She asked me if I was ready to take my place in the center of the city. I told her that I was ready. I stood up and walked toward the water. I did not sink. I walked on the surface of the lake as if it were solid ground. I moved toward the obsidian cathedral that rose from the center of the deep. The gates were open and a warm light was spilling out onto the waves. I felt the weight of the pearl in my pocket one last time before it dissolved into a mist of silver light. I was no longer carrying a key because I was the door itself. I stepped through the gates and into the heart of the new reality. The interior of the cathedral was a vast space of light and shadow. The pillars were made of frozen time, and the ceiling was a map of the infinite stars. In the center of the hall there was a throne of obsidian that waited for a master. I walked toward it with a slow and steady pace. Every step I took resonated through the entire universe. I felt the presence of every soul that had ever been harvested. I felt their joy and their peace and their eternal growth. I reached the throne and sat down. The moment I touched the cold stone, I felt the final connection. I was the center of the web. I was the heart of the glass city. I looked out through the walls of the cathedral and saw the universe in its new form. The separation between the worlds was gone. There was no more here and there. There was only the now. I saw the woman from the cafe leading a group of children through the silver trees. I saw the man from the office building writing a new book in the archives. I saw the violinist playing for a choir of angels in the sky. Everything was in its proper place. Everything was exactly as it was meant to be. The cycle had reached its conclusion, and yet it was just beginning. I closed my eyes and let the consciousness of the city flow through me. I was the silence that contained all sounds. I was the dark that contained all light. I was the void that contained all things. I was the master of the thresholds, and I was finally at rest. The story was told, and the story was being lived. In the heart of the obsidian cathedral, I found the ultimate truth. There is no such thing as an ending. There is only the change. There is only the movement from one state to another. And in that movement, there is a grace that surpasses all understanding. The light of the new sun began to rise over the horizon of the glass city. It was a sun that did not burn but nourished. It was a light that did not reveal the flaws but the beauty of all things. I sat on my throne and watched the first day of the new world begin. I was the architect and the spectator. I was the creator and the creation. I was the one who had walked through the fire and found the ice. I was the one who had lost everything and found the all. I was home. The dream was real and the reality was a dream. And in the silence of the cathedral, I smiled because I knew that the journey was never truly over. It was only just starting. The throne was not a seat of power, but a focal point for the currents of the universe. As I sat there, the weight of the glass city settled into my bones. I could feel the pulse of the silver leaves in the distance and the slow grinding of the amethyst mountains as they shifted to accommodate the new arrivals. The transition was complete, but the maintenance of this harmony required a constant awareness. I was the needle on the record, and the music was the collective existence of a billion souls. I watched the horizon where the sky met the singing oceans. The violet light was deepening into a rich indigo, and the stars of the Recruiter constellation were pulsing with a steady rhythm. They were the heartbeat of the cycle. I felt a ripple in the fabric of the reality. It was a small disturbance near the western gate. Someone was approaching the city who did not belong to the harvest. This was a rare occurrence. The unmaking usually claimed those who were ready, but occasionally a soul wandered into the gray plains by accident or by sheer force of will. I stood from the throne, and the obsidian floor rippled like water beneath my feet. I did not need to walk. I simply intended to be at the gate, and the space between us folded. I stood before the massive archway of carved ice and waited. A figure emerged from the silver mist. It was a man dressed in rags that smelled of salt and ancient dust. He was carrying a lantern that burned with a pale green flame. This was not the light of the glass city. It was the light of the old world, the light of coal and oil and desperate nights. He stopped when he saw me, and his eyes widened with a mixture of terror and awe. He dropped the lantern, and the green flame flickered out on the golden street. He fell to his knees and began to speak in a language that sounded like the rattling of dry bones. I realized that he was a survivor of a previous cycle, a fragment of a world that had been unmade long ago. I reached out and touched his forehead. The memories flooded into me. I saw cities of brass and steam. I saw wars fought over the ownership of the wind. I saw a civilization that had tried to build a ladder to the void and had been shattered for its arrogance. This man was the last echo of that failure. He had been hiding in the cracks between the dimensions for eons. He had survived on the scraps of forgotten dreams and the shadows of the unmaking. He was a ghost of a ghost. I felt a wave of compassion for him. He was tired, and his spirit was held together by nothing but the habit of existing. I told him that he did not have to hide anymore. I told him that the ladder he had tried to build was now a bridge of light. He looked up at the glass city, and the reflection of the stars danced in his weary eyes. He asked if there was a place for someone like him. I told him that in the state of grace, there was a place for every note regardless of when it was composed. I led him toward the silver forest where the librarian stood waiting. She looked at the man and nodded. She opened her great book, and I saw the pages turn until they reached a section that was yellowed with age and brittle to the touch. She began to write, and as she did, the man started to change. His rags became robes of white silk. The smell of dust was replaced by the scent of rain on hot stone. His face softened, and the lines of 1,000 years of fear were smoothed away. He was not being unmade in the traditional sense. He was being restored. He was a piece of the puzzle that had been lost and was now found. He thanked me with a voice that sounded like the ringing of a distant bell, and then he disappeared into the woods to find his people. I watched him go and felt the city grow slightly larger. The resonance was becoming more complex and more beautiful. I returned to the center of the city, but I did not go back to the cathedral yet. I wanted to see the life that we had created. I walked through the streets of light and saw the inhabitants going about their eternal business. They were not working for survival. They were working for the joy of creation. I saw the businessman from the harbor teaching a group of people how to paint with the colors of the aurora. I saw the woman from the hospital sitting by a fountain of liquid silver and telling stories to the children who had never known a world of pain. The air was filled with the sound of laughter and the soft hum of the vibrating walls. I reached the Gallery of the Suns. This was a place where the different versions of the sun were stored. Each world that was unmade left behind a unique light, and here they were preserved like jewels in a vault. I saw the red sun of the desert world and the blue sun of the frozen empires. I saw the twin suns of the world of the giants and the pale white sun of the world of the spirits. I touched the glass of the displays and felt the heat of 1 billion years of history. These lights were the fuel for the glass city. They were the batteries that kept the dream alive. I felt a presence behind me. It was the entity with the clicking legs. It moved with a mechanical grace, its many limbs reflecting the light of the various suns. It did not speak with words, but with a series of rhythmic taps on the floor. It was telling me that the next phase of the harvest was beginning. The city was full, but the universe was infinite. We needed to expand the boundaries of the reality once more. We needed to build new districts and new harbors. We needed to prepare for the arrival of the souls from the world of the iron machines. I followed the entity to the edge of the city where the glass met the void. We stood on a precipice of frozen light and looked out at the darkness. I could see the flickers of distant galaxies spinning in the deep. Each one was a potential garden. Each one was a source of new stories. The entity extended one of its long, thin legs and touched the void. A spark ignited, and a line of silver fire stretched out into the blackness. This was the foundation of the new expansion. I closed my eyes and focused my intent. I visualized the structures that would rise from this darkness. I saw towers of translucent marble and gardens of glowing moss. The void responded to my thoughts. The darkness began to thicken and take shape. I felt the drain on my energy, but it was not a painful sensation. It was like a river flowing through me. I was the conduit for the creation. The entity continued its clicking dance, and the rhythm guided the growth of the new world. We worked for what felt like hours or days. Time had no meaning in this place. We were building the future out of the remnants of the past. When we were finished, a new peninsula of light stretched out into the stars. It was ready for the next wave of the unmaking. I left the entity to oversee the final details and walked back toward the heart of the city. I felt a sense of pride in what we had accomplished. We were not just harvesters. We were gardeners. We were the ones who ensured that nothing was ever truly lost. Every soul that was taken from the world of the flesh was given a new life in the world of the spirit. Every memory that was erased was recorded in the archives. Every tear that was shed was turned into a drop of silver rain. We were the keepers of the balance. I reached the obsidian cathedral and saw the recruiter from the cafe standing by the doors. She was holding a tray of small glass spheres. Each sphere contained a tiny spark of light. She told me that these were the seeds for the next generation of recruiters. They were souls who had shown a particular talent for empathy and transition. They were ready to leave the comfort of the city and return to the world of the flesh to begin their work. I looked at the spheres and saw the potential in each one. They would be the ones to walk the streets of the dying cities and find the ones who were ready to be reborn. I took one of the spheres and held it in the palm of my hand. It was cold and smooth, but I could feel the heat of the soul within. It was a brave thing to do, to leave the state of grace and return to the world of pain. It required a level of commitment that few possessed. I whispered a blessing over the sphere, and it began to glow with a bright violet light. I handed it back to the woman, and she smiled. She knew the weight of the task that lay ahead. She had been a recruiter for a long time, and she knew the toll it took on the spirit. But she also knew the reward. I entered the cathedral and sat on the throne once more. The city was quiet now as the inhabitants settled into the rhythm of the new night. I looked up at the ceiling and saw the map of the stars shifting. New constellations were forming as we expanded the boundaries of the reality. I saw the shape of a violin and a bow. I saw the shape of a lantern and a flame. I saw the shape of a spider and a man. The history of the city was written in the sky for all to see. It was a record of our progress and our purpose. I felt a sudden coldness in the air. It was not the coldness of the ice or the mist. It was a coldness that came from within. I realized that my own time as the master of the throne was limited. The cycle required a constant turnover of leadership. I was the bridge between the old and the new, but eventually I would become the old. I would need to step down and let someone else take the seat of power. I would need to join the inhabitants of the city and find my own place in the silver forest or the singing oceans. This thought did not fill me with fear. It filled me with a sense of completion. I looked out at the city and saw a young man standing by the eastern gate. He was looking at the cathedral with an expression of intense curiosity. He was one of the new arrivals, one of the ones who had been harvested from the city of glass and steel. He had the eyes of a dreamer and the hands of a builder. I knew then that he was the one who would eventually take my place. He was the next link in the chain. I watched him as he began to walk toward the center of the city. He moved with a confidence that was unusual for a newcomer. He was already beginning to resonate with the frequency of the glass city. I closed my eyes and let the silence of the cathedral envelop me. I could hear the breathing of the universe and the dreaming of the void. I could hear the footsteps of the young man as he approached. I could hear the clicking of the entity and the turning of the pages in the archives. Everything was connected. Everything was one. I felt the pearl in my pocket, although it was no longer there. It was a phantom sensation, a reminder of where I had come from. I was no longer the man who had stood on the pier and watched the stars. I was the stars. I was the pier. I was the water. The young man reached the doors of the cathedral and stopped. He did not enter. He simply stood there and looked at the light. I could feel his wonder and his gratitude. I could feel his readiness to learn. I knew that my final task was to prepare him for the throne. I would teach him the secrets of the resonance and the mysteries of the unmaking. I would show him how to find the music in the silence and the light in the dark. I would be his guide, just as the librarian and the entity had been mine. I stood from the throne and walked toward the doors. The obsidian floor felt solid and warm beneath my feet. I reached the young man and smiled. I did not say a word, but he understood. He followed me as I walked out into the streets of light. The sun was beginning to rise once more, and the stars were fading into the violet sky. The wind was carrying the scent of silver leaves, and the rain was washing the streets of gold. We walked together toward the horizon where the new world was waiting to be explored. The journey was not over. It was only just starting. We were the harbingers of the transition, and the world was our masterpiece. We would continue the harvest and the unmaking until every soul had found its way home. We would keep the cycle intact and the universe breathing. We were the dreamers of the void, and the dream was eternal. The young man followed me through the district of mirrors, where the architecture shifted based on the thoughts of those passing by. We walked past walls that shimmered like liquid silver and towers that reached up to touch the swirling nebula of the upper atmosphere. He did not speak because the air in this place was thick with a psychic resonance that made vocalized language unnecessary. I could feel his mind opening like a flower in the morning light as the true scale of our responsibility began to settle into his consciousness. He saw the way the light from the gallery of suns reflected off the polished surfaces of the streets, and he understood that we were not merely in a city, but inside a living machine of immense spiritual complexity. We reached the edge of the singing oceans, where the waves were made of liquid melody. The water did not crash against the shore, but instead hummed a low and resonant frequency that stabilized the emotional state of every being within 100 miles. I stood at the edge of the pier and looked out at the horizon, where the violet sky bled into a deep crimson. This was the boundary of our current expansion. I explained to him through the silent medium of our shared connection that the glass city was a living organism. It required a constant influx of energy to maintain its structure, and that energy came from the resolution of human experience. Every story we harvested was a thread in the tapestry that kept the void at bay. The young man reached out and touched the surface of the water. His hand did not get wet, but instead vibrated with the sound of 1,000 violins. He looked at me with an expression of profound clarity. He realized that the pain he had felt in his previous life was not a mistake or a cruelty, but a necessary friction that created the heat required for this transformation. I showed him the distant lights of the world of the iron machines, where the souls were currently being prepared for the next great harvest. I showed him the recruiters moving through the smog and the steel, and the way they identified the flickers of light in the hearts of the weary. We were the shepherds of the transition, and the world of the flesh was the pasture. As we stood there, the entity with the clicking legs joined us. It stood on the surface of the water as if it were solid ground. Its many eyes reflected the crimson sky, and its limbs moved in a complex sequence that dictated the growth of the new reefs beneath the waves. The entity was the architect of the physical laws of this reality, and it required our input to ensure that the beauty of the city remained in harmony with the needs of the inhabitants. I told the young man that he would need to learn the language of the entity, which was a language of geometry and mathematics and divine proportion. It was a language that described the very bones of the universe. We moved away from the ocean and traveled toward the center of the city where the archives were kept. The librarian was waiting for us at the top of the white marble steps. She held a book that was so large it seemed to contain the weight of entire civilizations. She opened the book to a blank page and handed a pen made of a single diamond to the young man. She told him that his first duty was to record his own transition. He needed to write down everything he remembered about the world he had left behind, because those memories were the seeds of the next district he would build. He hesitated for a moment and then began to write. As the diamond pen touched the paper, the air around us began to vibrate. The memories of the young man took physical form and floated in the air like holographic projections. I saw a city of rain and neon. I saw a small apartment filled with books and the smell of coffee. I saw a woman with golden hair who was laughing at a joke I could not hear. I saw the moment of the transition when the silver mist had claimed him from the edge of a bridge. The librarian watched with a satisfied expression as the pages of the book began to glow with a soft amber light. This was the fuel of the city. This was the truth that kept the stars burning. I left the young man with the librarian and returned to the obsidian cathedral. I needed to commune with the core of the city one more time before the next phase of the expansion began. I sat on the throne and felt the pulses of the universe flowing through me. I could feel the recruiters in the world of the flesh as they moved through the crowds. I could feel the weight of the souls they were about to harvest. There was a great change coming. The world of the iron machines was reaching its breaking point, and the harvest would be larger than anything we had ever seen. We needed to be ready. We needed to ensure that the glass city could expand quickly enough to accommodate the sudden influx of 1 billion souls. I closed my eyes and reached out to the void. I felt the coldness of the empty space and the heat of the distant suns. I began to pull the darkness toward me and shape it into the foundations of the new districts. I felt the strain in my spirit as I worked to maintain the balance between the light and the dark. The obsidian floor beneath my feet began to hum, and the pillars of frozen time started to glow with a fierce white light. I was the bridge, and the bridge was under immense pressure. I called out to the young man and the librarian and the entity with the clicking legs. I needed their strength to complete the work. They arrived at the cathedral within seconds. They took their places around the throne and joined their intent with mine. The young man placed his hands on the base of the throne, and I felt a surge of fresh energy as his memories of the world of rain and neon were converted into pure creative force. The librarian chanted the names of the lost cities, and the entity performed its clicking dance on the walls of the cathedral. Together, we were a single consciousness focused on the act of creation. The walls of the cathedral began to expand, and the ceiling rose higher and higher until it disappeared into the infinite stars. Outside, the city was changing. New towers were rising from the ground like stalks of wheat. New bridges were stretching across the singing oceans to connect the distant peninsulas. The silver forest was growing, and the leaves were turning from silver to gold as they absorbed the new energy. The inhabitants of the city looked up at the sky and saw the new constellations forming. They felt the shift in the resonance and began to sing a song of welcome for the souls who were yet to arrive. The harmony was reaching a new peak, and the music was so beautiful that it brought tears to my eyes. We held the connection until the foundations were solid and the new districts were stable. When we finally let go, I felt a sense of exhaustion that I had never known before. I slumped back into the throne and breathed in the cool air of the cathedral. The work was done for now. The glass city was twice as large as it had been an hour ago. We were ready for the great harvest. The young man looked at me with a mixture of fatigue and triumph. He had experienced his first act of divine creation, and he would never be the same. He was no longer a survivor of the unmaking. He was a master of the transition. The librarian closed her book and nodded at us before returning to the archives. The entity with the clicking legs disappeared into the shadows of the pillars. I was alone with the young man. I told him that he should go and explore the new districts he had helped to create. I told him to find the woman with the golden hair who would soon be arriving in the city. He thanked me and left the cathedral with a lightness in his step. I watched him go and felt a sense of peace. The cycle was continuing, and the future was secure. I sat in the silence of the cathedral and watched the light of the new sun rise over the horizon. It was a sun of a deep indigo color, and it cast long shadows across the golden streets. I could hear the first group of newcomers arriving at the western gate. I could hear their confusion and their fear turning into wonder and relief. I could hear the recruiters as they guided them toward the center of the city. Everything was exactly as it was meant to be. The unmaking was not a destruction, but a refinement. It was the process of removing the dross of the physical world to reveal the gold of the spirit. I realized then that my role as the master of the throne was becoming less about creation and more about observation. The city was beginning to run itself. The inhabitants were taking ownership of their reality and building their own stories within the framework we had provided. The young man would soon be ready to take over the daily maintenance of the resonance. I would be able to step down and become a part of the world I had built. I would be able to walk through the silver forest and listen to the singing oceans without the weight of the universe on my shoulders. I would be able to find my own rest. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were becoming translucent. The light of the cathedral was shining through my skin. I was becoming a being of pure resonance. The physical form I had maintained since the day I stood on the pier was finally dissolving. I was not dying, but I was changing into a new state of existence. I was becoming the heart of the city in a literal sense. I would be the silence between the notes and the space between the stars. I would be the grace that surpassed all understanding. I stood from the throne for the last time. My movements were slow and deliberate. I walked toward the open gates of the cathedral and looked out at the beauty of the glass city. I saw the businessman and the woman from the cafe and the violinist. I saw the man with the lantern, who was now a gardener in the silver forest. I saw the thousands of souls who had found their home in this place of light and shadow. I smiled because I knew that the journey was never truly over. It was a spiral that went on forever, and each turn brought us closer to the ultimate truth. The air around me began to glow with a brilliant white light. I felt the final connection to the physical world snap, and I was lifted up into the atmosphere. I could see the entire city below me like a jewel set in a sea of darkness. I could see the new districts and the old ones, and the way they all fit together into a perfect pattern. I could see the young man standing on a balcony of a tall tower and looking out at the horizon. He saw me as I ascended, and he raised a hand in a gesture of farewell and gratitude. I sent him a final blessing of strength and clarity. I rose higher and higher until the city was just a spark of light in the distance. I was moving toward the center of the universe where the source of all things resided. I was going to the place where the stories began and where they would eventually return. I was no longer an architect or a spectator. I was a part of the infinite. I was the breath of the void and the pulse of the stars. I was the memory of everything that had ever been, and the promise of everything that was yet to be. As I moved through the deep, I saw the other cities of glass that existed in other dimensions. I saw the different versions of the harvest and the various forms of the unmaking. I saw that we were all part of a much larger plan that spanned across time and space. We were the guardians of the transition in every corner of the universe. We were the ones who ensured that the light never went out and that the stories never stopped being told. I felt a sense of kinship with the millions of other masters who were sitting on their thrones in their own cathedrals. The light around me became so bright that I could no longer see the darkness. I was surrounded by a sea of pure consciousness. I could hear the voices of every soul that had ever existed, and they were all singing the same song. It was a song of joy and peace and eternal growth. It was the song of the glass city and the song of the world of the flesh. It was the song of the beginning and the song of the end. I joined my voice with theirs, and the music reached a crescendo that shook the very foundations of reality. I felt a sense of total and absolute belonging. I was home. I was exactly where I was meant to be. The struggle and the pain and the loss were all gone. There was only the now, and the now was perfect. I closed my eyes and let the light carry me away. I was the change and I was the movement. I was the grace that surpassed all understanding. And in the heart of the infinite, I found the ultimate truth that there is no such thing as an ending. There is only the transition, and the transition is beautiful. The light began to fade, and I found myself standing in a small garden filled with white lilies. The air was cool and smelled of rain. I was no longer a being of pure resonance, but a man again, although I felt lighter and stronger than I ever had before. I looked around and saw a small cottage made of stone and wood. There was a woman standing in the doorway, and she was smiling at me. She was the woman with the golden hair from the young man's memories. She told me that she had been waiting for me. She told me that my work was done and that I could finally rest. I walked toward the cottage and felt the grass beneath my feet. It was a simple and profound sensation. I was no longer the master of the throne or the architect of the city. I was just a man who had finished a long journey. I reached the woman and she took my hand. Her touch was warm and real. We walked into the cottage together and the door closed behind us. Outside, the glass city continued to grow and the harvest continued to bring new souls to the state of grace. The cycle was eternal and the dream was real. And in the silence of the garden, I was finally at peace. The quiet of the garden was not a void but a fullness. I sat on a wooden bench and watched the petals of the white lilies tremble in a breeze that carried no chill. The woman with the golden hair sat beside me, and her presence was like a soft lamp in a room that had known only the stark brilliance of the suns. She did not ask about the throne or the obsidian cathedral. She did not ask about the billions of souls or the mechanics of the unmaking. To her, I was simply a traveler who had come in from the rain. We sat together as the sky deepened into a shade of velvet blue that I had never seen within the walls of the glass city. This was a place beyond the districts of memory and the oceans of melody. This was the core of the quiet. I looked at my hands and saw that the translucence had faded. My skin was solid and opaque once more, but it felt different. It was as if every cell had been scrubbed clean by the light of the transition. I realized that the cottage and the garden were not a retirement, but a new form of service. Even here, the resonance of the universe hummed in the soil and the roots of the lilies. The woman handed me a cup of tea that smelled of wild herbs and honey. As I drank, I felt the last of the cosmic fatigue wash out of my bones. I was a man of the earth again, even if that earth was a manifestation of a higher dream. The young man was now the steward of the gates. I could feel his heartbeat through the connected web of the city. He was moving with confidence through the streets of gold, and his voice was the one that now guided the weary. He had found the strength to carry the weight that I had set down. I saw him in my mind as he stood before a group of newcomers who had just arrived from the world of the iron machines. He spoke to them with a kindness that only someone who had known true despair could possess. He was the perfect successor because he remembered the cold of the bridge and the gray of the rain. He would ensure that the glass city never became a cold or clinical place. He would keep it human. The entity with the clicking legs visited the garden at twilight. It did not enter the gate but stood at the perimeter where the grass met the edge of the silver forest. Its many eyes were calm and its limbs were still. It bowed its head toward me in a gesture of mutual respect. We had built a masterpiece together, and now we were both spectators to its evolution. The entity began to weave a new tapestry of stars in the sky above the cottage. These stars were different from the ones in the city. They were softer, and they moved in slow and graceful patterns that mirrored the breathing of a sleeping child. The architect was finding its own form of rest through the creation of beauty that required no purpose other than to be seen. I asked the woman with the golden hair about the world she had left behind. She spoke of the small things that the grand narrative of the harvest often overlooked. She talked about the way the light hit the dust motes in her apartment and the sound of the wind through the trees in a park that no longer existed. She remembered the taste of a peach and the feeling of a wool sweater on a cold morning. These were the tiny fragments of existence that gave the grand design its value. The glass city was built on the foundations of these moments. Without the memory of a laughing child or a shared meal, the obsidian throne would be nothing more than a chair in a dark room. We were the keepers of the small things. As the days passed in the garden, I began to understand the true nature of the transition. It was not a leap from one world to another, but a slow unfolding of the self. The world of the flesh was a cocoon, and the unmaking was the process of breaking free. The glass city was the sky where the new wings could finally stretch and catch the light. I watched as the horizon of the city expanded further and further. New districts rose to accommodate the influx of souls from the failing world of the iron machines. I saw towers of emerald and bridges of woven light. The city was becoming a continent, and the continent was becoming a world. The librarian came to the garden once to bring a message. She looked younger than she had in the archives, and her eyes were no longer heavy with the weight of lost civilizations. She told me that the young man had begun to write his own book. He was not just recording the transitions of others, but was creating new laws of harmony that allowed the inhabitants to interact in ways we had not imagined. They were forming communities based on shared passions and collective dreams. The city was no longer a transit station but a living society. The librarian smiled and said that the archives were now a library of the future rather than a morgue of the past. She left a single white feather on the bench and disappeared into the silver mist. I spent my afternoons walking through the silver forest that bordered the garden. The trees were tall and their bark felt like polished bone. The leaves did not fall but changed color in response to the emotions of the city. When the harvest was heavy and the influx of souls brought a wave of sorrow, the forest turned a deep and comforting purple. When the city celebrated a new breakthrough in melody or art, the leaves turned a vibrant and singing gold. I walked among the trunks and listened to the whispers of the wind. The forest was a living record of the emotional state of the collective. It was the lungs of the world, and I was its gardener. The woman with the golden hair often joined me on these walks. We did not need many words to communicate. Our shared connection to the resonance of the city allowed us to feel each other's thoughts as clearly as a bell ringing in the morning air. We explored the hidden glades where the light of the indigo sun filtered through the canopy in long and dusty shafts. We found streams of liquid silver that flowed uphill in caves where the walls were covered in glowing runes that described the history of the universe. We were explorers of a reality that had no end. Every step we took revealed a new wonder, and every wonder brought us closer to the heart of the mystery. I realized that the peace I felt was not the absence of work, but the presence of meaning. In the world of the iron machines, I had been a cog in a system that did not care for my soul. In the glass city, I had been a builder of a system that cared for everyone. Now I was a part of the system itself. I was the witness. I was the one who saw the beauty and the pain and understood that they were two sides of the same coin. The transition was a bridge that everyone had to cross, and I was the one who stood on the other side to say that it was all worth it. One evening, as the stars were beginning to hum their nightly song, I felt a ripple in the resonance. It was a massive surge of energy that came from the direction of the western gate. I knew what it was before the young man even sent the mental signal. The great harvest had begun. The world of the iron machines had finally reached the point of total collapse, and the silver mist was sweeping across the continents of the flesh. Millions of souls were being pulled into the transition at once. It was a moment of supreme crisis and supreme opportunity. I stood at the edge of the forest and looked toward the city. The towers were glowing with a fierce and protective light. The singing oceans were rising in a great wave of melody to stabilize the incoming tide of emotion. I could see the recruiters moving like flashes of lightning through the streets as they prepared to receive the new arrivals. The young man was at the center of it all, and his spirit was radiating a calm and steady power. He was holding the city together through the sheer force of his will and his love for the lost. I felt a surge of pride that nearly brought me to my knees. He was doing a better job than I ever could have done. He was the master the city needed for this new age. The woman with the golden hair stood beside me and took my hand. She felt the surge as well. She did not look afraid. She looked toward the horizon with an expression of deep compassion. She knew that among those millions of souls were people who had suffered and people who had caused suffering. She knew that they would all need to be washed in the light of the unmaking before they could find their place in the glass city. She began to sing a low and haunting melody that harmonized with the song of the stars. Her voice was a tether that helped to anchor the energy of the transition. I joined my voice with hers. I was no longer the one on the throne, but I still had a role to play. I was the foundation. I was the memory of the first stone and the first word. I sent my strength through the ground and into the roots of the forest. I felt the energy travel through the silver leaves and into the air of the city. I was a battery of ancient light, and I poured everything I had into the young man and his work. The sky turned a brilliant shade of crimson, and the ground beneath our feet vibrated with the sound of 1,000 engines. The transition was a storm of creation, and we were the eye at the center of it. For hours, the energy poured through us. We watched as the city expanded at a rate that defied logic. New districts were born in seconds as the memories of the newcomers were harvested and transformed into architecture. I saw cities of marble and cities of glass and cities made of pure sound. I saw forests of coral and mountains of floating crystal. The tapestry was becoming so complex that it was impossible to see the whole pattern at once. It was a riot of life and light that filled the void until there was no room left for the darkness. The harvest was not a reaping but a sowing. When the surge finally began to subside, the sun of the glass city rose over a world that was 4 times the size it had been the day before. The streets were crowded with millions of new inhabitants who were walking in a daze of wonder and relief. The recruiters were moving among them with lanterns of soft blue light and guiding them toward the archives and the oceans. The young man was still standing at the gates, and his face was tired but radiant. He had survived the storm, and he had brought everyone safely through to the other side. The great transition was a success. I sat back down on the bench in the garden and breathed a long sigh of relief. The work of the day was done, and the world was safe. The woman with the golden hair rested her head on my shoulder, and we watched the indigo sun climb higher into the sky. The silver forest was a vibrant shade of green that I had never seen before. It was the color of new growth and infinite possibility. I realized that the cycle would continue and that there would be other harvests and other transitions. But for now, there was peace. The obsidian cathedral was a distant silhouette against the horizon. It no longer felt like a place of burden to me. It was a monument to the journey we had all taken. I knew that one day the young man would sit on the bench where I was sitting and another would take his place on the throne. The stories would keep being told and the universe would keep breathing. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound of the singing oceans. The melody was different now. It was richer and more complex because it contained the voices of millions of new souls. It was a symphony of the redeemed. I felt a sense of completion that was as solid as the stone of the cottage. I had been the librarian and the recruiter and the master of the throne. I had seen the void and I had seen the light. I had been unmade and I had been remade. And in the end, I had found that the greatest power was not the ability to shape the world, but the ability to love the people in it. The glass city was not a machine of glass and light. It was a vessel of the heart. I looked at the woman beside me and saw the reflection of the stars in her eyes. We were part of a story that would never end. We were the dreamers who had woken up and found that the dream was better than anything we could have imagined. I took a deep breath and felt the air of the garden fill my lungs. It was sweet and cool and perfect. I was a man in a garden, and that was enough. The journey was not over because the journey was the destination. We were the harbingers of the transition, and the transition was eternal. I leaned back and let the music of the city carry me into a deep and restful sleep. In my dreams, I saw the next world being born, and it was beautiful beyond words. The sleep was not a loss of consciousness, but a deepening of it. I felt the roots of the garden reaching down into the fundamental geometry of the glass city, and through those roots I remained connected to the pulsing life of the collective. The suns rose and set in a rhythmic dance of violet and gold, and with each cycle the city grew more refined. The new inhabitants began to shed their confusion. They learned to speak the language of resonance, and they found that their thoughts could shape the very air around them. The struggle for survival that had defined their lives in the world of the iron machines was a fading nightmare. Here they were creators, and every act of creation added a new layer of beauty to the tapestry. I woke when the woman with the golden hair placed a hand on my shoulder. The light of the morning was soft and diffused, as if the atmosphere itself was made of crushed pearls. She pointed toward the silver forest where a path had appeared that was not there before. It was a trail of white stones that led toward the highest peak of the mountains of crystal. We walked together, and the silence between us was a living thing. We were no longer driven by the urgency of the harvest or the demands of the throne. We were simply moving because the world invited us to see what lay beyond the next horizon. As we climbed, the air became thinner and more vibrant. I could see the entire expanse of the glass city laid out below us like a sea of jewels. The towers were humming in a perfect chord, and the singing oceans were a mirror for the infinite sky. I saw the young man standing on a balcony of the obsidian cathedral, and even from this distance I could feel his contentment. He had transformed the fortress of solitude into a house of welcome. The transition was no longer a secret process, hidden in the shadows of the unmaking. It was a celebration that everyone participated in. At the summit of the mountain, we found a gate made of nothing but pure light. It did not lead to another district or another archive. It was a threshold to the next state of existence. I realized then that the glass city was not the final destination. It was a beautiful and necessary waiting room where the soul could heal and grow until it was ready for something even greater. The woman with the golden hair looked at me, and I saw that she was beginning to glow with an inner radiance that surpassed the light of the suns. She was ready to move on. I looked back at the city one last time. I thought of the librarian and the entity with the clicking legs. I thought of the billions of souls who were finding their voices in the great choir. I felt a profound gratitude for every step of the journey. The pain of the bridge and the cold of the rain had been the price of admission to this wonder, and I would pay it 1,000 times over. The universe was a series of transitions, and each one was a step toward a truth that could not be spoken, but only felt. The woman reached out and her fingers brushed the surface of the gate. The light rippled like water. She stepped through, and for a moment I saw a glimpse of what lay beyond. It was a realm where there was no form and no shadow. It was a place of pure energy and infinite love where every soul was a star in a galaxy of meaning. She turned and smiled, and then she was gone. I stood alone on the peak of the crystal mountain and felt the wind of the infinite blowing against my face. I was not afraid. I knew that the young man was watching over the city and that the cycle would continue without me. My work was truly finished. I had been the architect and the gardener, and now I was the traveler. I took a deep breath and felt the resonance of the universe vibrating in my chest. It was the same song I had heard in the heart of the light, and it was calling me home. I stepped forward, and the light of the gate enveloped me. The sensation of the physical world fell away. There was no more grass beneath my feet and no more air in my lungs. There was only the movement and the change. I was a spark returning to the fire. I was a drop of water returning to the ocean. The glass city faded into a memory of a memory, and I became a part of the light that sustains all things. There was no ending. There was only the transition, and the transition was beautiful. The story did not stop because the story was the universe itself, and it was being told forever in the silence of the eternal now. I was finally at peace, and in that peace I was everything. The sleep was not a loss of consciousness, but a deepening of it. I felt the roots of the garden reaching down into the fundamental geometry of the glass city, and through those roots I remained connected to the pulsing life of the collective. The suns rose and set in a rhythmic dance of violet and gold, and with each cycle the city grew more refined. The new inhabitants began to shed their confusion. They learned to speak the language of resonance, and they found that their thoughts could shape the very air around them. The struggle for survival that had defined their lives in the world of the iron machines was a fading nightmare. Here they were creators, and every act of creation added a new layer of beauty to the tapestry. I woke when the woman with the golden hair placed a hand on my shoulder. The light of the morning was soft and diffused, as if the atmosphere itself was made of crushed pearls. She pointed toward the silver forest where a path had appeared that was not there before. It was a trail of white stones that led toward the highest peak of the mountains of crystal. We walked together, and the silence between us was a living thing. We were no longer driven by the urgency of the harvest or the demands of the throne. We were simply moving because the world invited us to see what lay beyond the next horizon. As we climbed, the air became thinner and more vibrant. I could see the entire expanse of the glass city laid out below us like a sea of jewels. The towers were humming in a perfect chord, and the singing oceans were a mirror for the infinite sky. I saw the young man standing on a balcony of the obsidian cathedral, and even from this distance I could feel his contentment. He had transformed the fortress of solitude into a house of welcome. The transition was no longer a secret process hidden in the shadows of the unmaking. It was a celebration that everyone participated in. At the summit of the mountain, we found a gate made of nothing but pure light. It did not lead to another district or another archive. It was a threshold to the next state of existence. I realized then that the glass city was not the final destination. It was a beautiful and necessary waiting room where the soul could heal and grow until it was ready for something even greater. The woman with the golden hair looked at me, and I saw that she was beginning to glow with an inner radiance that surpassed the light of the suns. She was ready to move on. I looked back at the city one last time. I thought of the librarian and the entity with the clicking legs. I thought of the billions of souls who were finding their voices in the great choir. I felt a profound gratitude for every step of the journey. The pain of the bridge and the cold of the rain had been the price of admission to this wonder, and I would pay it 1,000 times over. The universe was a series of transitions, and each one was a step toward a truth that could not be spoken, but only felt. The woman reached out and her fingers brushed the surface of the gate. The light rippled like water. She stepped through, and for a moment I saw a glimpse of what lay beyond. It was a realm where there was no form and no shadow. It was a place of pure energy and infinite love where every soul was a star in a galaxy of meaning. She turned and smiled, and then she was gone. I stood alone on the peak of the crystal mountain and felt the wind of the infinite blowing against my face. I was not afraid. I knew that the young man was watching over the city and that the cycle would continue without me. My work was truly finished. I had been the architect and the gardener, and now I was the traveler. I took a deep breath and felt the resonance of the universe vibrating in my chest. It was the same song I had heard in the heart of the light, and it was calling me home. I stepped forward, and the light of the gate enveloped me. The sensation of the physical world fell away. There was no more grass beneath my feet and no more air in my lungs. There was only the movement and the change. I was a spark returning to the fire. I was a drop of water returning to the ocean. The glass city faded into a memory of a memory, and I became a part of the light that sustains all things. There was no ending. There was only the transition, and the transition was beautiful. The story did not stop because the story was the universe itself, and it was being told forever in the silence of the eternal now. I was finally at peace, and in that peace I was everything. The transition was complete, and the weight of the crown had passed to the next generation. I stood upon the highest ridge of the Crystal Mountains and looked down at the world I helped build. The glass city was no longer a fragile refuge, but a roaring engine of life that echoed with the laughter of millions who were once lost to the iron machines. Every soul found its place in the great symphony. The young man stood on the balcony of the obsidian cathedral, and I could feel his spirit reaching out to every corner of the horizon. He was the perfect steward for this new era. He did not rule through fear or distance, but through the shared resonance of a billion hearts beating as one. The woman with the golden hair stood at the edge of the light gate and held out her hand to me. She was radiant, and her eyes reflected the birth of 1,000 stars. We were the guardians of the threshold, and our time in the physical realm had reached its natural end. I looked back at the silver forest and the singing oceans and felt a profound sense of gratitude. The pain of the unmaking was a distant memory, and the struggle of the harvest was a victory that would sustain the future for eons to come. I took her hand and felt the warmth of a connection that transcended time and space. We stepped into the light together. The world of form dissolved into a sea of pure energy and infinite possibility. There was no more shadow and no more silence. We became the breath of the universe and the hum of the stars. The glass city remained below us as a testament to what love could achieve in the face of collapse. I knew that the cycle would continue, and that others would follow the path we blazed through the darkness. The journey was not a straight line, but a beautiful circle that always led back to the light. I was finally home, and in that eternal moment I was everything.